All right, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ace, the Dungeon Master for the Northern Winds, and I want to welcome you to episode 23 already. Time flies when you're waiting an entire week to play D&D again. Good to have you. Welcome to the show. Now, before we get into the thick of things, sorry for the tech issues. I don't know what happened. The PC decided to let me do all the work. Unfortunately, that doesn't work, so that's why we kind of jumped offline for a wee bit. But we're back now. Hopefully, everything remains stable. In addition to that, I still got a few requests regarding the wiki or Obsidian Portal or whatever I decide to use. I'm working on it. It's just that I'm getting currently stuck in making a few things for this campaign, like world maps and such, and it's going really well. So that's taking a little bit of time. But I'm working on it. So, I don't think I have anything ready next week. But I think that if we work hard on it, we might have something next decade. So, fingers crossed for that. I'm working on it. Beyond that, I also had several requests regarding a forum or a Reddit or something for people to discuss what has happened, what is happening, and what may happen, and perhaps capture moments of the show and such, and show off fan art. We don't have anything such like that. Same deal with the wiki. I'm thinking about it, but we'll get there. And once that moment is there, you'll know. But in the meantime, we do have a hashtag on Twitter. Hashtag, obviously, the Northern Winds. If you want to show off fan art or sketches. Now, I've seen a few today already. And beyond that, I also do sporadic DM streams where we discuss things and make things and plan things. So, come by often. But before we start hashtagging, let's tag our players, because they are, of course, here. Let's me unmute them real quickly. There you go. Hi, guys. What's up?
Hey.
Hello.
What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing?
Hi. Wide awake. Me and Wack are absolutely wide awake. Fit and raring to go.
Just drink energy drinks, Brad. Just pound them back.
This is Wack's tired, right? You're tired because you've been awake for 14 days straight. I have a migraine. I get migraines all the time, and I've got a kill or cure here, because the thing with migraines is you're not really supposed to fill them with sugar. They make them worse, but caffeine can help them. So this is just going to go one way or the other. Bottoms up. Good luck.
You know,
See you on the
it's
side,
a
lads.
50-50.
Yeah.
All right.
See. Kill or cure.
Let's do some quick, some quick, concise introduction of who you are and what you play before we start officially the episode. We'll start with Mordecus.
Yo, I am Mordecus. I am Sorgula. I am a human male and of the Caucasian background. No, I play Mordecus. He is a high elf wizard, kind of a doctor. He's like House. If House were bad. Done.
Okay.
So he is bad.
Todd, the secret is out. Ozzy.
Hi, I'm Wax Steven. I play Ozzy, the somewhat emo poser warlock, and I try not to die on a weekly basis, and hopefully will succeed, but you never know.
Said every D&D player ever, in a way, like to some extent. Chitin.
Chitin Vale, hello. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm very impressed with Ozzy's survival rate, considering the stats and stuff like that you've had since the beginning of that character's creation. Like, I've gone down like loads every week and shit like that, so I'm amazed. I'm amazed every time I make it through, and I've got like that stupid charisma stat and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, we just expect you to go down all the time, Brad.
Anyway, if you want to see me go down more, I guess head over to my special streaming channel on a different website. But right here, right now, I'm playing Chitin Vale, and he's a half-elf bard. And I don't know how he's still alive, but he is, and he's slowly becoming more and more hardcore into his Chitin Ren form. This chat will surely be sure to call me at some point when I do something more Kylo Ren than happy-go-lucky half-elf
more angsty, perhaps, is the word you're looking
more
for.
angsty? What?
More angsty.
More.
Yeah. Though I think people are confusing old Chiton with new Chiton at the moment and thinking that he's being angsty when really he's just being to the point at the moment. He's just on task, you know? He's more of a he died and came back a soldier instead of a little bitch. You know what I'm saying?
I'm feeling you, bro. I'm feeling you.
He's not shed a single tear since coming back.
There you go. We're gonna keep track of that right now. It's gonna be like a stat, like a Northern Wind stat. The Tears of Chiton. Anyway.
Could also be a spin-off show, just saying.
Tears of Chiton.
Like I said, like the days before he was an adventurer, so what, like pre-13?
It's just a soap opera. That's all it is.
Yeah.
It's just a soap opera. Yeah.
Set in an alternate reality. It's a Mexican soap opera.
God.
Why is it Mexican?
I would pay money.
Mexican soap operas are way better
Chiton
than
used to play the maracas. That's
Yeah.
why.
Yeah, that's what it is. That was his first instrument.
Yeah, I would pay money not to see that. Alright, Lydia Gray.
Yes, hello. I'm Distracted Elf. I play Lydia Gray, the resident paladin of Tyr and general punching bag of everything we ever fight.
Yeah, you go down a lot too.
Don't I ever though, Brad? Don't I ever though?
Moving to Canada.
I feel like there was a double entendre here. Some kind of double meaning.
No, Ace.
No. We would never be. We would never be that crass.
We're all adults here, Ace.
Okay,
Come on
good.
now.
I just wanted to make sure, you know, like this is a
And
serious.
all of us are from Amsterdam.
Well,
where we
neither am
have
I.
women
So
in windows.
look, you're right. 'Cause neither am I. You do realize that the Netherlands is bigger than just Amsterdam, right?
We just
I'm just.
No.
Wait,
triggered. Ace is triggered.
Ace has been triggered.
I'm gonna make a very furious Tumblr post right now about that.
What's a second city in the Netherlands?
Utrecht.
Rotterdam.
Is there?
Rotterdam, Groningen.
Wait, that's a
I
real
stayed
place?
in Rotterdam for 2
That
weeks.
is a real place.
Yeah.
Oh, I just thought that was a StarCraft 2 player.
Well, that too.
Utrecht is also an art supply store here in the United States.
See, we're everywhere. We're watching,
Yeah.
waiting.
We're every.
Yeah.
Hey,
It's
we
also a
went
doctor's way
we
to-
Dutch
Well,
conquered
I
the
mean,
sea,
you
right?
During their interaction.
You can be everywhere watching and waiting because you're all really tall, right? Like the
Yeah,
the
so we can
people
just like
from-
stand in one spot and just like look,
Yeah,
'cause we can
exactly.
see
You
everything.
can see like everywhere.
Yeah, like we only have to take one step to like get to the other side of the country. Don't worry
Yeah.
about it.
Small country, big people.
Yeah, exactly. That was the joke. Thank you.
The problem is they're below the sea level, though, aren't they?
Yeah.
Isn't it all below sea level and like carefully underwater to a degree? So you could be as tall as you want. And we'll still...
I'm really good at holding my breath. I'm like really good at that. I got a really high con modifier.
I can't believe this is a conversation
Yeah,
that's
I
still
know.
happening.
Anyway,
It's not actually underwater. It's not Atlantis.
Hey, have you been in the Netherlands? Have you? You don't know that.
Yeah.
You presumptuous
I've been to-
bastard.
I've been most times.
Anyway, you know, besides Brad, you know, besides him, I think it's time for us to get into the thick of things with a quick reminder as we transport ourselves, of course, to the northern winds. We left last time as our adventurers went north again, seeking out more information and perhaps a more clear way of moving forward, as time is a crucial element with the threat of the hobgoblins and other goblinoids becoming a bigger presence, or a more known presence, especially closer to the city. They moved north to find a path, perhaps inside, perhaps around, or at least to find something that they could do as the patrols continued. They encountered a patrol, they slaughtered the patrol, and then took the patrol apart and stored the body parts in the bag of holding. They moved forward and made camp to kind of rest up and regain their strength. But in doing so, they were unfortunately discovered, at least the increased patrol had found their tracks and was about to find them, but due to some creative use of body parts and illusions, they were able to barely escape. And as they did, they found Mordecus, who found out that there are a lot more traps being set by the hobgoblins in the immediate area around the lake, as far as he's known. They were able to group up once again. With the illusion active, they are now moving west with the walls, using it as cover, slowly and hopefully unnoticeably so. That's where we are right now. It is, of course, the middle of the night. You guys were abruptly woken in the middle of the night. As you guys are walking next to this wall that Ozzy is using to keep his illusion up and to kind of blend into the environment. That's where you guys are at. So what are you guys going to do?
I think we continue blending and moving away.
Yeah, I mean,
definitely.
I'm down
was
with
to
that
move
plan.
around the back of them, right? To get behind them.
So that we can get to the camp that they're coming from.
Are
Right.
we not just running?
No.
We can't just run. Like,
And we can, but we were trying to. We still wanted to rest.
We still need a rest.
yeah, I guess we
Continuing
do.
to run to a resting point, I think was our strategy.
Indeed.
I mean, yeah, I guess. Do you mean by run just escape the immediate?
Yeah.
Escape the immediate situation. Yes.
Let's secure our heads on our shoulders, and let's continue onward, shall we?
Alright. You guys decide to move forward. You guys are moving away from it, right? Like trying to find a safe resting spot? As opposed to just actively trying to backtrack and then move to the camp, as I understand it?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
We were looking for the safest of resting spots.
Alright, yeah, you guys move through these through the natural path that has formed due to all these rock formations splitting and converging and expanding. As you guys, keep Ozzy keeps the illusion up. As you guys move away from the wall, it kind of like melds into the ground itself to make sure that you're at least not being spotted by the manticores that seem to now have increased in patrols as well. You're getting a strong feeling with the increased size of the patrol and the manticores now being more active that they're definitely aware that there is something going on, and that you guys that they're reacting to several hobgoblins one by one disappearing, multiple skirmishes gone, never to return. They are starting to react to that. As you guys move
We
forward.
just need to do this like, I don't know, 1,000 more times. and
Then,
we're
like,
good,
there's like,
guys.
there's like one, like the boss spawns, yeah. Anyway, you guys move west, through the hills, through these rock faces, and you guys find yourself in a fair distance away, maybe, 20, 30 minutes away, just moving straight west. Nature has kind of come back in, like, you were expecting a lot of cut down trees, but no, like the trees have slowly come back in one piece, luckily enough. The green starts to kind of overgrow once again, as opposed to just these rocky, cold cliff faces. That's where you guys find yourself right now.
Green is good. Kind of.
Well,
Yes.
what do you guys think about this spot?
I looked to Lydia because I've just been. My whole thing was. To just
Well, the last time there was a large green patch, some invisible creatures were beckoned out of it by a druid, as in verdantly green. So, considering we're not friends with that druid, it could be risky.
Make a survival check, Lydia. Make a nature check. Just a general
Okay.
nature check.
Doing it. Doing it.
11. As far as you can see, like, it's dark, right? It's dark. You guys have no active torches. Like, you guys were kind of like holding Ozzy by his clothing or by his arm to kind of guide him. Like, as far as you can see, it's normal grass, and the fact that it kind of leads into like trees and such. Yeah, like it doesn't look too.
Seems all right though.
I think we have to go all the way to the trees at least.
I agree.
Cover from the skies, right? No chopping trees down. I think we can all agree that that's a bad idea.
Yeah, don't do that.
Right. Even burning wood for a fire might, if she's having a bad time, she might take it out on us for doing that as well.
Who knows? You guys move forward into the tree line, keeping the illusion up so far, to make sure you are indeed covered from those manticorns until you actually have physical, real cover. And, it's a light forest, but with another... whoever is leading, give me a survival check.
I guess that would be me.
Yeah, I'm definitely not leading. I'm probably in the middle.
Yeah, like you're casting, like... you're also blinded, which would make it very difficult. 15, alright. Yeah, what about another 10 to 20 minutes? You get into a patch where the forest, like, significantly starts to thicken. It's like a lot more healthier and such. And yeah, you start to feel that you can safely make camp here as long as you don't make, like, a large fire. Because that would still give away your position. But I think you get a feeling that this is as good as any place is going to get at around this land. Because you're also in unknown territory.
What is the time, roughly?
It's middle in the night.
Okay.
Middle in the night, like it is past midnight.
But not approaching like daylight.
No.
Alright.
Well, if it's got cover, then that's where we need to stay. We gotta wait. We gotta wait it out, and then make sure everybody's fully rested, and then make our move on the camp or on the stone.
Yeah,
If
we
we
gotta
had-
stop.
Yeah, I agree. If we had supplies ample, we might want to wait more than one day or just one night. Maybe the guard will lessen for a little bit of time. But that's risky.
The more we keep waiting, the more they might strike at the town.
That
Finally,
too.
this is an army,
I
gathering.
guess it depends whether the horn and the movement that we heard was because of us or because of some sort of force being amassed.
Exactly. It either has to do with the missing patrol, or we're being paranoid.
Probably both.
Either way, I say we rest up until we feel adequately able to move on and continue with our mission.
I agree.
You guys set up camp, trying to find the safest spot possible, near bushes, near thick trees, to give you as much cover as possible. Do you guys make a small fire, large fire, no fire?
I guess probably a small fire.
I can take first watch.
Okay. Fine. Good.
Alright.
I'll take two.
Keep the fire low, and I guess I'll take third.
Alright.
I crawl into the tent and go to sleep immediately.
Since my vision sucks, I'm going to rely mostly on
Sound.
my ears, my other senses.
Alright. You guys do, it takes about an hour, as you guys are moving slowly, trying to make no noise and such. But, it takes an hour before you guys actually get, into your tents that you have, or the bedrolls that you spread out. And you guys indeed fall to rest, Ozzy being awake. It's about an hour later. Everybody gets the effect of a short rest. If it applies, make a perception check, Ozzy, with disadvantage.
Oh, that's always good.
It's a small fire, it's not super lit, and you're trying to rely on only your ears. 13.
Might as well just ask him to make a
No,
death.
that was a
saving throw
6. That was a 6.
Oh yeah, right, 6.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. You don't hear anything besides, the wind blowing through the trees. Having that rustling sound. It's kind of calming. As suddenly you feel a hand go over your mouth. As you're being... You don't see
I
anybody.
try and like turn around and see what the hell's grabbing me.
As you try to keep around, like they're trying to keep you, like in one direction, right? So they can't see, but you try to kind of look at it, and what you see is just the side of a hood.
Okay, I bite.
Yeah, but make sure, making
A teeth check.
yeah. Now give me some damage. Give me some damage because like it's in your mouth. Right? Give me some damage.
Oh,
1,000,000.
what am I rolling?
1d1000.
Give me 1d4 because it's improvised weapons. So yeah, give me a 1d4. 3 damage. All right.
Oh god.
Instinctively,
Who
you
did I just kill?
bite. You bite down. You got 1,000 experience. Now, you bite down, almost bite clean through one of the top fingers that's holding you. Fuck! As his hands come loose from your mouth, and you see him like kind of stumble back. As you can take a look at it, as he's kind of illuminated by the soft light, and what you see is a somewhat humanoid figure in leathers and cloth cloak on, and he has this hood up, so you can't really see his face. But he seems to have 2 swords next to it, thin swords and a bow on his back.
Do we all wake up as he
No.
swears?
No.
So I like turn, I guess, and like hold out my hands and like get ready, like to Eldritch Blast whatever this is.
And it, as magic starts to like convulse from your hands, and the black ink starts to spread through your skin. He just kind of looks at you. You can see these reflecting eyes for a split second. Look, don't want to do any harm, lad. Don't want to do any harm.
I do want to do harm if you're trying to attack me or other things.
Look, just trying to make sure you don't make any noise.
Well, sneaking up on a guy isn't the best way to do that. Who are you? What are you doing in our camp?
Right, I'm gonna take off.
And why couldn't I hear you with my super good hearing?
Yeah, why didn't you hear me? As he kind of slowly removes his hood. And what you see is an unfamiliar face. It's, at the very little light that you can see, it is somebody with, long black hair pulled back, an elf, given away by his physique and his complexion and the pointy ears. He is wearing, now as you get a good look at him, he is wearing, primarily leathers indeed, and a dark green cloak. He has the 2 weapons that you can now clearly see, a bow on his back. And as you kind of take a proper look, he has also got these metal pieces, metal armor, like kind of like an improvised breastplate. Not necessarily designed for armor, but more like as a way of identifying somebody, like it's more form over function type of metal. That's kind of laid in over his armor. Look. The name's Varys. Just trying to figure out who the fuck you guys are.
Same here. What are you doing in our camp?
Why the hell are you camping here?
Because we're really tired. Why do people normally camp? It's
Nor-
dark out.
Well, fair point. Yeah, stupid question, I see that. Look, it is dangerous over here. You're still within their territory.
We know that, but we needed to rest. We just killed a whole bunch of them. Who are you? Why are you out here yourself?
Name's Varys. I'm the captain of the 3rd pack. So, I'm one of the survivors of the city.
The city.
Yeah,
What's the 3rd pack?
it's like a small group of soldiers. Like, we don't deal with squadrons and military allegiance. We're wood elves. We tend to like to take things from nature. or be inspired by nature.
Wait, what city are you talking about?
It gives you this dumb look. Really? Look, we have seen you try to get into that city. We're trying to find ways into that city for a while now. Really? Valsavern?
You're from the half-gone city place thing?
Yes, I'm indeed from the half-gone city. Your powers of observation are remarkable, unlike your ears. But look, it is not
Like my
safe
ears.
here. It is not safe here, but I do got a few questions. Why the fuck did you guys kill more hobgoblins?
Because they're bad and we want to get them out of there so that our city doesn't get killed?
Your city?
Yeah.
Where are you from?
Can I like look at this guy and just sort of like judge his intentions?
Yeah, make an insight
by
check.
his posture?
Make an insight check.
Because that's gonna probably roll really well too. Let's take a look.
14. As you gotta look at him, he seems genuine in his surprise. It's, you know,
Okay.
and since you never heard of that city, like you don't think it's completely impossible that he just doesn't know of your city.
Have you heard of Amarok?
Oh, the city at sea.
Yeah, that one.
I've heard of it. I never strayed too far from home until it wasn't my home anymore. But look, it is dangerous, and they increased the patrols. We have been trying to be more discreet about taking hobgoblins one by one, trying to take them in, interrogate them. And then you guys came around, and now they seem to be aware of a lot of things, and they seem to be increasing their patrols. And they're still searching.
God, I want to punch this elf in his smug face.
That's the way I feel about all elves in general. This is like the default attitude. Okay.
Well, how many of them are there?
As far as we've counted, a couple of hundred. And that's just on the outside.
Well, do you know any way we can get in there and... Well, there's this big stone. Well, I mean, you probably know about it because it's your stone. But, we kind of wanted to, see if there was a way we could release your city. And we were curious. I mean, it's kind of our only hope, really. Like, because we figure the hobgoblins are going to come kill us and stuff.
Make a persuasion check.
Are we honestly not awake yet?
Well, like this is essentially like a conversation that's whispering,
Yeah.
right?
Conversation.
It's a conversation in whisper. 21. 21. Alright. Tell you what. We need to get you guys out of here. We have a small camp. A bit further in. A little bit better protected. Because you guys are lighting up as a beacon.
I didn't even make the fire that big. Why do you say it's a beacon?
He just kind of looks at you. I found you guys almost immediately. And I'm just one elf. It's only going to be a matter of time. And you guys look like
Pillows on your feet.
something like that. Look. I just want to help. I think we share the same goal here. I just want to take my city back. And you guys want to kill a lot of hobgoblins to save your city? I think we could work something out.
Pretty much.
Look, I'm not going to be here for much longer. I'm going to have to go back soon. It's up to you if you want to wake up your friends and...
Yeah, why don't I do that? There's this one.
And I sort of like point at Lydia. Is Lydia like snoring like loudly or anything? Or...
There's a little bit of a sort of like
Is there a drool puddle or?
Ah, yeah,
Not you can't see if there is a drool puddle. You can't see like the bed rolls like up over her head. Like there's just like the top of her head.
yeah.
You can see.
Okay. I say,
She probably knows all this stuff better.
and I
Ah.
just sort of like nudge Lydia with my foot.
As you do that, he makes a small whistle that kind of like reverberates almost directionally into a into a particular direction. And as you try to nudge Lydia awake, there's two forms that come from the trees, from the shadow of the trees. One dressed in similar leathers, no armor or anything, but similar leathers, similar cloak, with very dark brown hair, kind of loose hanging, and one a female elf that looks different. She has as you kind of look at her quickly, she has a weird crescent moon on her forehead and two colorful markings on her cheekbones on the left side. And she's very well dressed in like intricate, colorful robes, as she kind of like moves forward into the general direction.
Yeah. So I nudge.
Yeah. As soon as you nudge me, I kind of rouse fairly quickly because last time you nudged me there was like hobgoblins, so I feel your little foot in my side and it's like, oh, what's going on? What's up? Oh, right. Wait, what?
I just sort of like take Lydia's head in my hands and slowly turn it towards the elf.
No, I mean like. She has noticed they are there,
Okay.
but it is out of the ordinary for them to be there. Quickly, sort of getting out of my bedroll and
Apparently,
my
these
stuff
guys are
there.
from Vale Severn.
Hi, we are.
I thought the druid said she was the only one left from there.
Druid?
Syria.
They kind of look at each other, all three of them. Kind of give you a quick description. Black hair, green dress, wears armor like, bark-like armor.
Shoots lightning from her eyeballs. Yeah.
Good. And there's more out there.
I don't know if good is the right word.
What do you want with us here?
Look, you guys are sitting ducks here. As I understand from your little friend over here, we share a common goal?
Well, I mean, Ozzy, what did you tell them?
Okay, and I just start like rattling the stuff off, and about we're from Amarok, and we're trying to get this city rematerialized so they can help us fight off these hobgoblins.
Well,
By the way,
Okay.
Chitin and Mordecus, you guys are wake up right now as well. And Lydia, I should kind of like assess the situation. Like the one who's wearing who has the dark brown hair, the one who has just the letters and the green cloak. He still has his arrow notch. It's like his arrow, he has a bow in his hand and an arrow notch. Though he's not aiming, he's just aiming at the ground, but he's at the ready, right?
that's okay. I have my shield and sword in hand, so.
As that same person goes, Varys. There's a quick nod. Look, they're good. I don't think they seek to destroy our home even further. Gives a quick look at those that have now awoken, and the ones that are awake. Right? Right?
That isn't the plan.
Good. Good plan. Let's stick to that. Look, grab your belongings. We have a small camp further up ahead, a little bit better, hidden. As he starts kind of stomping out the light himself.
I think bullshit. Can I read anything on him for being a goddamn liar.
Insight.
Give me an insight.
Because I've seen The Walking Dead. Yeah, doesn't matter.
Like, yeah, as you kind of look at him, like, he speaks truthful, slightly panicked, though, as if there's an element of time involved.
No, I believe him now.
Yeah.
I'm helping him stamp out the... With a 4, I'm helping him stamp out the thing. I believe he is legit.
Chitin's on board. He drank the Kool-Aid.
You gotta clear out those eye crusties first, man. That's the key.
It takes a quick, like...
No, I'm good. I've sheathed my my sword that I had in hand, and I'm gonna start packing up pretty quickly, and just kind of go along with what's happening. Again, I'm gonna just kind of follow Lydia's lead. To be honest, Elf.
you guys gather your stuff.
That's my general plan on this.
Yeah, you guys gather your stuff and get ready to move. As Varys speaks up, right. Quick introduction, perhaps. The name is Varys. I am captain of the 3rd Pack, small military group that was supposed to defend the city. We failed. But that's neither here nor there. This is Bremen. He serves under me. And as you're gonna look at Bremen, like he has that dark brown hair, and he just kind of looks disgusted with the entire situation and is keeping to himself. But is continuously on the lookout for potential dangers and such. He clearly is a military person in at nature. And this beautiful specimen, as he takes a quick bow, and as he's about to pronounce the name, she just steps forward. Once again, this is the fair complexion, white hair, long white hair elf with a half crescent moon, or with a crescent moon on her forehead. And the markings on her face, dressed in the colorful robes. She said, "Name's Miley. I am one of the council members that served within the city." It's a pleasure to meet you. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm sure we have a lot to discuss. But who are you guys?
So I'm sorry, we're moving right now?
You're about to move. They're just doing a quick introduction of names.
Lydia Gray, Paladin of Tyr. Guard of Amarok.
Alright. And the little one?
I'm not that little.
They can all speak for themselves. I'll let them do so.
Of course.
I'm Ozzy of the Not Paladins.
I gathered. She gives a quick look at you, Chitin.
My name's Chitin Vale. I'm just gonna nod at each of them.
They give you a quick nod. Though, Bremen doesn't nod. He just kind of looks... has like a continuous expression of disgust on his face. And...
I'm gonna speak in Elven. And I go, the name is Mort. I guess at this point you could call me a student.
Of the arcane arts?
No. Well, kind of.
Gives you like this weird frown that kind of like expresses curiosity.
It just kind of comes with it. Don't worry about it.
Right. I think it's time to move. To camp we go, I believe. Varys nods. And commands Bremen to take the lead. As you guys move forward with heavy stuff. Everybody give me a stealth check. Lydia, you have the one with disadvantage.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm the loudest half-elf in the
Nailed
world.
it.
I would also openly be like looking around with Bremen, Brandflake.
He has taken like a good 100-foot lead, and he kind of like disappeared, like into nature, like almost like
Oh,
silently.
I don't
so.
mean I'm holding his hand. I just mean I'm going to be doing the same.
Okay, like
thing,
they
because
did.
they look
Much
they
like
look
everyone
kind of
else, I suppose.
afraid.
Much like okay,
They look kind of afraid, so I assume that there is a general threat imminent, or
beyond the
there's a
the armies of the hobgoblins and the massive patrols. Yeah, I need you guys as Lydia, tries to be stealthy. Emphasis on tries.
bang,
Clang,
bong.
clang, clang, and you
Not
sort of,
really clang, but it's like chainmail and like steel
it's like-
greaves.
It's like a
you know?
continuous but it's silent here. It's dead silent, right? So to outsiders, like the sound of your chainmail and your armor rattling is essentially the equivalent of clang, clang, clang. As Varys, kind of like stops you, puts his hand out, kind of gives you this look. Right, let's try this again. And he says something in a language that I think none of you guys don't know.
Is it
Everybody, let me know.
Celestial?
Everybody, give me your languages.
Oh, okay.
Common and halfling.
Oh yeah.
Common, Elven, Undercommon, and Dwarven.
Alright, like
common,
find-
elvish, and dwarf.
I gotta
ish.
find mine.
Hey, we both speak Dwarf. Now we can hate each other through Dwarven.
Like it's essentially like just coin, like it's
Yeah, I have common, elven, dwarven, and celestial.
Yeah, okay. Like you don't know what language he's speaking in. But it sounds it has an elven touch to it. As he kind of makes this weird hand sign, and there's this slight energy that kind of like moves through the entire party. Everybody gets a +10 to stealth checks. So take your stealth check and add a +10 to it, which makes it 12.
Cool, my
Are we
stats
rolling
bad.
again?
No,
Oh,
you're not
not
rolling. You're
rolling
just
again.
adding +10 to your check.
Oh, so Lydia
32.
still fails.
You don't
So
know
hers
that.
still sucks, but mine is a 20.
You don't know.
I get a
As you
23.
guys move
But-
forward,
Depends what the DC is.
you
I
guys
want to know how stealth I am, to be honest, with a 32.
you feel like you're levitating, like you're not even touching the ground. For some reason, you have become part with nature itself.
I have become darkness.
You realize that you're a half elf, and your elven side must have been from a wood elf or something, right? You feel in the element. Nonetheless, you guys move forward. Lydia, though still audible, significantly more silent.
Significantly quiet.
Significantly quieter. As you guys indeed move forward. And it takes about a good 30 minutes of like really weird roads. You kind of get an idea that you guys are taking a longer path than perhaps is necessary. But in due time, you guys come into this weird clump of trees. As you see Bremen stand in front of one of the trees, looking in your direction, kind of looking left and right, keeping a lookout. As he gives a quick nod, as Varys instructs you guys all to move with him to this clump of trees and brushes.
I do so.
Right.
Yeah,
I'll take the lead.
yeah, I'm just basically following Lydia. Like, I'm just trying to grab onto somebody and follow, because, like, I can't see shit.
If Ozzy's sort of like grasping out Lydia, I'll give him a hand.
All right.
I'm easy to identify in the darkness because I actually make sound.
Like just follow the clang, 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 and you're good to go. Or in this case, clang, clang, clang. As you guys move near the tree, and Miley, she steps forward. She speaks in a very similar language that Varys just did, and she waves her hands. There's some arcane magic at play as one of the trees disappears and shows a greenish glowing door just in the middle of nowhere.
Okie doke.
Right. As she just opens it and walks through it and disappears.
Well, we've come this far.
Right.
What about,
Again, I am literally just following Lydia's lead.
I mean, yeah, we're all just following Varys and Bremen, right?
Yeah.
If they go through, we'll go through, but otherwise we stand awkwardly outside the door.
Yeah.
I'll reappear from my shadow form.
I'm actually going to sort of take like a second and like inspect the spell, like just because I'm like,
Wow, that's a really good illusion. How did that happen? Did you somehow bind the illusion to a different plane, or was it just tied to specifically to your mana? How exactly does that work?
As you kind of like are enthralled with this illusion and this spell that just happened, she already went through it, and you're just like talking out loud, discussing the spell.
yeah, I'm just like talking to myself.
You're essentially talking to yourself. Make an Arcana check for me. 8. Though you clearly know that
Really
the first spell you saw, that kind of tree that kind of disappears, is a very similar spell to your Silent Image or Misty Visions. Very similar in nature. However, this door spell, you don't know what the fuck it is, but it's cool.
Wow.
All right, I sort of like gingerly step through, and like I'm trying to like whoosh my hands through the illusion, like trying to feel the particles as I go through.
Feel the magic. Mordecai, do you want to make an Arcane check? Arcana check? I believe you are proficient in it, right?
Yeah, sure.
Give me one. Right. You don't know exactly what spell this is, but you have heard, either in your studies or in your travels, that there are spells that are able to traverse worlds, boundaries, or even make their own pocket dimensions for storage. Hell, the Bag of Holding in itself is a pocket dimension. So you know that you think it's some spell of that particular nature. Which also indicates that there is a formidable magical user that has to be able to use that to be able to cast a spell, because it's not a spell that comes easy, much like, let's say, letting light appear.
Mm-hmm.
So I just look at awkwardly at Varys and Bremen. Do we go in, or...?
Well, you guys can stay out here, but I'm going in, as he just kind of like, with a smile on his face, like not even a smile, like a stupid grin, kind of just moves into the door and also disappears. Ozzy's also on the inside already.
I suppose we follow then.
I'll take that as an invitation.
Yeah.
I don't make a habit of entering doors randomly. And I just walk in.
Hey, you walk in, everybody walks in.
I'll knock first.
I should try to knock. Your hand just like disappears into nothing, and then out, and then in, and nothing.
I tried, and I just like go right in.
Exactly. You move in, and the last one is Bremen, that walks in. And as he walks in, he immediately puts his bow over his shoulder, puts his arrow back into his quiver, and the door closes behind him. And you guys have appeared into this beautiful house. Elven architecture. It is huge. It's like bordering on like the biggest mansion you can imagine, and then double that. There are rooms. There's a beautiful staircase that kind of curls up. There's rooms on top of rooms that you guys can see, and it's all this beautiful architecture and nature. There's beautiful plants that are intertwined with the rails and the walls and such beautiful designs of like what can only be described as like elven art. And it's abstract, but you can appreciate it. As you guys are now in this hall, and there's like this statue of this a statue of like a female in the middle of this hall.
Who's that?
Who's what?
That.
And I point at the female.
That is a statue of the deity we once served. Or at least I serve it. Let me quickly
Once served?
Give me take me a quick look at the name and my notes. Damn it. I can't find it right now. It's the
Can I whisper something to Lydia?
yeah, sure.
Or
Whisper away, Chitin.
I want to lean a little closer to Lydia and say, did these people say they're from that city? Isn't Syria from that city? She
Indeed.
could be here.
Could be.
We should have some sort of backup plan, perhaps.
I at that I basically just like the sword that I have at my belt, I just tap it.
Gonna fight the whole mansion, I see.
Other options?
Do you think we can just step back out through that there door thing?
I would imagine it would be in the same place.
All right.
But I'm not an expert.
I mean, I'll stop whispering because I don't want to draw any undue attention to us
Yeah.
muttering.
Right.
I'll just curtly nod.
Yeah, and during that conversation of like, you know, the suspicion of the you know, these people that are from that session, she explains to you, Ozzy, that it's Coralon Larethian, the elf deity of art and magic. It's a beautiful, like it's portrayed as a beautiful elven woman. And then she, like, as you ask her, served, she explains that she has taken a more serious approach of nature. And the magics that come with that.
Okay. Do you, is that who, Syria, worships as well?
No. No, it isn't. I don't think Syria worships anyone besides her connection to nature. But I'm sure you all have a lot of questions, and I understand that there is some tension as she kind of glares to, not glares, like gives a quick look to Lydia. You know, as you just, at the end of your conversation, tap on your sword. Is there anything you guys want to eat or drink? Because I'm assuming we're about to have a very lengthy discussion about...
If you have actual food here, not just like braille stuff, that would be wonderful. It has been way too long.
Alright. I will make sure the servants will bring something to us. And as she says that, there are these three forms, almost ghost-like, translucent in nature, but have a clear humanoid and elven form to it, dressed up in this very, very chic elven clothing, giving the clear impression that they are servants of like a higher standing, appear out of nowhere. Yes, my lady? Prepare a feast. Plenty of drinks, I assume as well. As she looks at you. All of you?
If you're offering, we'll drink it, I guess.
Of course. So, the usual. Of course, my lady. And they disappear, like in thin air, just kind of fade as they move. As it kind of comes to an end, you can hear from the far left, as there seems to be a hallway, Varys comes out of it. Oh. What do you guys want to do? Sleep first or talk first? Or
Can we do
sleep
both?
and talk, I don't know.
I'd rather talk before sleeping, because then I'd be sleeping in a place where I didn't understand what the hell I was doing here.
Alright.
So,
Makes
let's
sense.
talk.
Makes sense. Yeah, it's just that, Ozzy, was it? Said that you guys really were, in need of a rest. So much that you guys decided to camp in a very dangerous spot. So, I was just trying to be polite. But yeah, Through here then.
Or condescending.
I heard that. As it disappears after the in the hallway.
I mean, I don't mean to be rude to the three of you, but please and thank you go a long, long way, and I don't want to be almightier or whatever, but even when I was arguing with Marcon, I asked to enter his house, and I said thank you at the end of it. Just throwing that out there, elves kind of like courteousness.
Indeed.
You know, Mealista kind of like walks with you guys. Well, you know, times are tough. Times are tough. Everybody responds differently to the situation. We're just trying to make the most of it. We have been here for about 2 weeks in the wild now. Well, wild, as she kind of like puts her finger up in this house. So, you know. And we're not used to, all of your ilk.
The only one we're used to is the one that zaps us from your elks or whatever.
Looks like you have a lot to say about this Syria, don't you?
We know her, unfortunately, pretty well.
I'm sure there's a story there. I would love to hear about it. As you guys approach this, it's a very large room. There's a very large table in it. Like a table large enough that it should be able to host the equivalent of people that you could just see the rooms for at the beginning. Like there's about 20 seats total on this particular chair, not counting the head and the tail. It looks almost like a dining room meets war room, where plans are made. As Varys takes a seat next to the head, Miley walks all the way up to the head of the table, and she gestures to all of you to sit.
I take a seat at the table.
Yeah, I sit down.
Right. And as you guys sit down, through the walls appear these servants once again, just in the middle of nowhere. Kind of like, if you're not used to it, like it's almost startling, because they appear innately as ghosts and then take the shape of elven. And they seem to be carrying food that appears first ghost-like in nature and then manifests as actual food, like real food. And it smells good. There is different types of fresh fruit, meats, even corn, and the equivalent of like potatoes and a lot of homegrown vegetables. Some of them you don't really know as well, but it all smells really good. And there's like a bunch of cans with what seems to be wine and water also being placed on the table. As also plates are being set and your utensils appear next to it.
You have a lot of food for exiles.
It's a perk that comes with this place.
What is this place exactly?
It's a spell, Chitin.
Then I'm eating spell food.
Aye. In a way, I
My
suppose you
clerics
are.
can conjure it. So does this house. It's not all that difficult to comprehend. However, we thank you for inviting us.
You're
I
most welcome.
inspect the food.
Sure, give me an investigation check.
I'm starting to call bullshit again.
Give me an investigation check or arcana check, whatever is higher for you.
Arcana, barely.
Like, you have not eaten a proper meal in a long time. You have been living off these dried fruits and dried meats. And you see in front of you this beautifully, 5-star equivalent cooked meal presented to you, and there are drinks that you could only afford to drink. Like, it seems like really top shelf wines and such. You don't give a fuck if it's fake food. You just want to eat.
Yeah, I'm going to pick up the nearest item of food to me, lift it aloft, and nod to our hosts. Thank you, I guess. I've been hungry before, and I don't usually say no to good food. And I'm just going to start fucking tucking in, poison or not. I'm going to eat. I'm just gonna keep eating now.
Alright, and you know, like, she
on.
too starts like a little bit more controlled portions, if you will. But she takes a few slices of meat and a few cooked vegetables and such. Pours herself some wine, and Varys does the same. You guys,
I just sort of look like actually like very upset, and I'm like smelling everything.
Can you or raise your nose underneath the table? Is it just
No,
your eyes?
he's sitting at normal
I'm
height.
always upset.
Somehow I feel like the smell can still travel over the
Please,
table.
please tell me you're in a high chair.
No,
Oh God.
no,
A riser.
no. Like, it's just a good chair. Like, it's a halfling. He's not like Ant-Man. You know,
Have
like
you ever
it's-
seen a kid sit at a table?
Yeah. And it,
Tiny.
you know, he definitely is lower than your head, but he can still look fine over the table.
Okay, so yeah, I look like visibly angry, and I sort of like ball my fists up and take like one like deep breath of the all the wonderful smells, and like stand up like abruptly from the table and say, "Do you have a bathroom?"
Yeah, certainly. Second to the right as you leave this hallway.
Thank you, and I walk away.
Ozzy storms off angrily. Well, I guess he really had to go.
As I like, yes, I guess so. I like reach for my goblet, and as I do, I like point a finger at Lydia and I cast message, and I go, they're really not making a good impression. As far as diplomacy goes, this sucks.
Okay.
And I just grab this goblet, thank you, and I
Yeah.
take a sip,
Like,
just
as
a
you-
soft sip, and put it back
Yeah.
down.
And as you cast message, like she gives you a quick glance, and then gets a small smile on her face.
Oh, saw that, did you?
She just kind of like gives you a quick nod with a smile on her face.
I was trying to hide the fact that two of us, well, frankly, were a little bit ungrateful, perhaps. I hope that we don't seem ungrateful for the hospitality that you've shown us. The food, as I look at Chiton shoveling it in, and, of course, the room, an adequate privy, as Ozzy, runs down the hall. I myself am happy with the mead alone, or the wine, in some time.
Though formalities are always appreciated. Yes, sorry? Lydia, it was?
Just saying, as Mort was saying, thank you for the food and drink and the room, but tell me about what we need to be doing here.
Well, for now, I suppose eat, drink, and talk.
No, I mean, I appreciate your hospitality, but we need to speak about the hobgoblins and how we are going to remove them from their current situation, as we were planning to do before we met up with you to begin with. And now that we have your resources as well to work towards this common goal, I think that we might be able to accomplish something rather than...
Aye. Indeed. Yeah, as you guys know, as I told you, I am one of the council members. I serve the head of the city. This humble outpost, which is Kolvar Donath, which you seem to have encountered his offspring in various ways, I've understood.
What?
No.
Syria Donath?
Oh, that's her last name.
I have no idea what her last name was.
Well, she is the daughter of Kolvar. So, I didn't realize she made it out. A lot of us didn't make it. Anyway,
Well, she did.
She's been kind of flying solo. I like looked to Chitin as if looking for a laugh.
Just nothing. Just
like
Straight face.
yeah, Miley and Varys. Now Varys gives you like this stupid grin as he tries to compose himself in the presence of a council member, and Miley is just dead face, straight, composed, nothing.
To be fair, she's been more of a thorn in our sides than anything.
Yeah, look,
She's got a little bit left wing.
What?
Damn it!
Varys
More
once again.
breaks.
Varys once
More
again.
breaks.
You know,
Lydia I just look confused based on like why are we joking about this? She is someone important to the people.
And you see the birds of the feather, they did not stick together, Lydia. She is solo.
at
But
this
she's
point,
not spent any time with these fine people. She's obviously lost her mind or something. Why would you not rendezvous with your own kin
She
in a
doesn't
place
know.
like this?
I feel like she doesn't know that they're out here, Chitin.
She doesn't know. She can feel every little tiny feeling in a little blade of
Chitin,
grass, but she has no idea.
Chitin?
Kin are here.
This is not the place for your anger.
well,
No, I'm not angry.
also,
I'm just saying, she knows.
well, as Miley interrupts, if I may, we are currently not on the plane we were like half an hour ago.
Aye, but half an hour ago, at least 3 of you were.
This is true. But we know, we have our methods to hide. And we have our own connections with nature. If she does know, and she didn't came to us, I would be surprised. I really would be.
Is it surprising to you that she killed us? Well, them?
That depends on what you guys have done.
Fair
I was
enough.
hoping to avoid this particular conversation, but she very much doesn't like it when we hunt or kill anything in nature or anything like that. I'm glad that this has come up and we can just get it out in the open. She tried to...
To kind of put it into perspective as a neutral party to this, you did completely break the treaty of which we had agreed.
Are we going to go into this now?
No, of course not.
Really?
No, we're not.
Okay, thank you.
I feel
Good.
like there's
Thank
a
you.
there's a lot. Like she kind of like this is Miley like as you guys are kind of like starting to like
Point.
raise your
Point
voice.
on hand. Point on hand. Point on hand.
Yes.
We are dealing with the hobgoblins. How can we do that more efficiently than we were going to? That is all I care about right now. The city is in trouble. Time is wasting. Your city has already had trouble, and we would like to solve that trouble as much as we can, help you out. But our city is currently in danger, and every moment we sit here eating delicious food and resting our heads on comfy pillows, Amarok goes closer and closer to being invaded by an army of hobgoblins.
I understand.
I'm sorry if the pretense is a little bit wearing on me.
Not at all. I understand. Like, frustrations must be high. Varys is the captain of the third pack. He defended the city. And we were in the process of interrogating, finding out information to make a decision. However, we were more discreet. Varys, explain it. Take it from here. Thank you. Yes, we were indeed trying to be more discreet. You know, taking a hobgoblin at a time to make sure that they did not retaliate. It was, working. Until we figured out that there were indeed small groups killing large portions of hobgoblins, the entire skirmishes. And they seem to have bolstered their patrols right now. However, I may say that we have information that could be possibly be helpful, because we have seen you guys look around. We have seen you guys, you know, watch them too. I'm assuming you guys know of their patrol schemes and the two outposts and such.
Yeah. And the traps laid around the lake as well. And I don't mean to bring this up if this is sensitive, the elven bodies that get dumped into the lake.
They kind of like, they both like instinctively inhale and kind of like trying to compose themselves from reeling.
And the stone. We know of the crystal as well.
Good. Yeah. So, yeah, right now we were just trying to find out more information on how to proceed. We know who leads them. We know who serves them, who serves the leader directly, those of importance, the underlings, the chieftains, if you will. And that is kind of where our knowledge forgoes. We have been unable to determine if there is a way in, because they have fortified everything with steel. It's unfortunate.
Excuse me 1 second, and I like lean over to Chitin, and I'm going to speak in Dwarvish. Maybe I would know that we now both speak in Dwarvish, and I lean, Chitin, excuse me, can you stop eating for a second?
This food's really good.
Ozzy has been in the bathroom for like a super long time. You want to check on him? See if he's okay?
No, Ozzy's really weird. This is the type of thing I would absolutely expect him to do.
Yeah, but he might have, like, in the bathroom.
Let's hope so.
In Dwarfish,
No,
Miley goes, I don't think he did that.
I'm gonna turn back to him and just say, to be fair, Ozzy does this kind of thing a lot.
I haven't read his diary.
He's rather odd,
bad.
and he's been even more odd since we came back from the dead.
Excuse me? As she starts talking back in like this rudimentary form of common. Back from the
I'll
dead.
flip over to common as well.
I just stare like daggers at Chitin and more. Like the whole thing is just like, here's a thing we probably shouldn't talk about. Oh, I just bring it up in casual conversation next to the elf.
And as that piece of information came out, we'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back. 5 or so minutes. See you guys then. All right. We're back again with the Northern Winds, episode 23. Thank you so much for sticking around. For the break, we had we were having a discussion about the current situation.
Lydia told me off, and my
yeah,
mouth went slack.
Stir. Miley kind of interrupts Varys as you guys, interrupts you guys. Is there anything I should know?
Okay.
The thing is, here's the thing, and I'm gonna for the first time put my wooden spoon or the chicken drumstick leg down and look at them and say, aside from your woman Syria, our plan was to try and find a way to defeat the hobgoblins and possibly in the process work out how to free your city.
Okay.
The problem is that on a more personal basis, Syria has sort of complicated things along with us. Between us and her, we've muddied the waters. But as an overall, I think between Amarok and your city, there was to be some sort of hoped peace in the future. However, Syria literally killed Lydia, Ozzy, and myself at one point, though through means we do not understand, we have been returned.
I don't know. I have fairly good understanding of how I returned.
Yeah, why not just tell them everything after you tell me off? She spoke to Tyr, and I'm just going to look at Lydia. Let's see if they believe us anymore.
It's a point of pride for me.
Like there's like this a weird look on Miley's face of like worry, but also curiosity. Well, as far as I can tell, you guys are not dead right now, so
No.
I think we're gonna focus on that.
No, I mean, they were real dead, though. Like, caskets, funerals, the whole thing. Like, I was there. Like,
Honestly, we have no more answers than you do right now on the subject. I just think the problem that we might find, and I'm going to pick up another chicken leg and take a bite into it, is this problem of Syria potentially looking to be a cause of... I don't know, like, we're sort of at war with one of your individual members. And I'm going to look at Lydia and say, but that is not by any means a reflection of our entire city.
No.
And honestly, when I say we're at war, I literally really mean us as a group. Our elders, I'm sure, would be quite pleased to speak to you because we're just a scouting party.
There's always bad fruits in a batch. But I think there are bigger...
honestly, I think that's us on behalf of Amarok in the same way that Syria may be. Lots of miscommunication.
Indeed.
I'm starting to believe so, yes. However, personal conflicts aside, I think there's a bigger thing at play here. Not just my city, but also your city.
Exactly.
So let's focus on that for the time being. I think that's the most important thing. However, your friend, your Ozzy, I believe, he has been gone for quite a while.
Told you.
Is this common? Do we need
I'm
to send
totally
someone out?
like exploring this place.
I'm gonna look at Lydia and say, should I go find him or you?
We can send a servant.
I don't know if that would be wise, though. Feel free to join us.
You deal with it. I'll keep talking, I suppose.
Then,
Right.
if you don't mind, I'll take my leave, but perhaps a servant could help me find him,
All right.
because this place looks rather large.
Naturally. She snaps her fingers, and through the wall, this elven servant kind of floats in, manifests, still translucent in nature, and looks at you. Right this way, sir.
I'm just gonna, I'll follow. I'll head out and follow and see if this person thing leads me to Ozzy.
Right, Ozzy, what have you
I
been
don't know
doing?
what he's doing.
Yeah, what have you been
But
doing,
Ozzy,
Ozzy?
the thing is, Ozzy freaks me out now. Since we came back, like he freaks me out like as Brad because I know too much, but he also freaks me out as Kyton a little bit because
He looks weird.
he's just been acting slightly more odd than even before,
Even
and
by
I
his
don't.
standards.
Yeah, I don't 100% know what the deal is with him. I don't know if he's gone insane or something, because as far as I'm concerned, he's gone through the same kind of experience as me, because he told me he went through his own personal hell, and I was on the edge of like snapping mentally. So that's my other thing is
All right.
essentially I wanted Lydia to go because I never really want to deal with him.
All right. Well, you
I'll-
got the short straw. You walk out the hallway as you are guided by this servant, indeed, into the main hall once again. Ozzy, what have you been doing?
I'm totally exploring this place. Like I'm trying to find like cool rooms, and I'm like angrily exploring. Like
You're
I'm
raging?
just like, yeah, I'm like goose stepping around and like, looking at stuff and talking to myself, and I'm just like,
Can't eat the stupid food. It smells so good. I haven't even had a fourth breakfast in like a week now. This is so stupid. Stupid freaking packs. Stupid everything.
All right.
and I'm just like,
You're making
I'm
a lot
just-
of noise, but you're just like kind of looking
Yeah.
at it in a very small time. Like you only had like, like you maybe we're gone for like 10, 15 minutes or so. You have been exploring, like most of the rooms are locked. They seem to be like doorways to bedrooms and such. But as you are exploring, you have found the kitchen, where like these same forms that you saw at the beginning have been just making food, cooking, cleaning.
do they just like have chef's hats on? Like, are they just like shadows with chef hats?
Sure. There's one of them that has a chef hat on. One screams, "Yes, chef!" As they kind of move around and indeed move around and just do they're clearly just keeping this house running. Nothing special.
Okay, like I'm sort of like really interested in all the magic and stuff that's involved with all of this. Like, I'm just, I'm sort of just checking it out. Like, I'm gauging like how strong, like if there's any way I could figure out like how strong this magic is and like how powerful this person is to have created this place.
Give me as you kind of like take your time to inspect everything as far as you can. You find some rooms. You find maybe you go up the staircase, find some more rooms. You even find like a little room where it's like almost like an armory with like a workbench that has like a half repaired bow on it, and like a training room. It's like a completely decked out mansion, and in doing so, you focus on the arcanic aspect of it. And I want you to throw a Arcana check for me.
There we go. 13.
13. You have no clue what this spell is. It's clearly way beyond what you could possibly muster, even on your best of days. And you're starting to believe that this spell might not even possible to you ever. Whatever it is,
Okay.
It is impressive. It requires a tremendous amount of magical energy, and it's pretty awesome.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I'm periodically like taking breaks in my angry exploring and just sort of like, oh, wow, and yeah, I'm just It's just like I'm being very angry and just walking all over the place.
Kaiten.
No real pattern or rhyme or reason for everything.
Yeah, Kaiten, you're being almost immediately guided to Ozzy by this servant. They seem to have a continuous awareness of what's going on within this house, as if they have a connection with it.
How many elves have I actually seen? Not like translucent, ghostly servant types, but actual
Elves, physical
elven
elves?
people.
Just the 3.
Just those 3?
Yeah.
Okay. I just wondered whether there were a couple milling about or anything, or if it was just those 3.
No, right now you only have seen those 3. And you're being guided through the main hall, past the kitchen, past an armory, and you see Ozzy kind of like angrily talking to himself as he seems to be roaming.
Oh yeah, I'll sort of stride on over. Ozzy, are you okay?
No, this house is too big, and I don't know where the bathroom is.
I think these servants are sort of here to do that. I'm going to turn to the ghostly servant and kind of look at it a little bit like, can you show him how to find the bathroom?
Certainly, sir. This way, Ozzy. Sir Ozzy. As he kind of points back into the general direction of the hallway where you guys came out of, because it's literally the second door on the right. And you just kind of walk past it.
Yeah, I mean, he's blatantly lying.
Yeah.
Like, as we start walking, I'm going to be like, are you angry about something? Do you sense something amiss? I'll say a little bit more quietly, but also fairly aware that nothing. I'm surrounded by these goddamn elves that hear everything through grass and special pocket dimensions and shit. I've lost all sense of hypervigilance.
Aside from the fact that this is way out of my league, not really.
Okay, well, it just seems like you might be a little mad at something, but you should probably join the conversation. We've managed to somehow inform them of Syria without sparking some sort of war, at least so far.
I'll give it a little time. I'm sure we will.
But I think there might only be just these 3 elves in Syria that managed to escape, so I guess we'll see what happens if we manage to free their people or whatnot.
Fair enough.
All right, you guys make your way
just
back.
sort of like trundle along back, yeah.
Yeah.
And I'll run into the bathroom real quick and
don't even wash your hands, just let the water run.
Pretend you needed the bathroom.
Yeah, let your
I'm
water.
going to go to the bathroom. I haven't been since I woke up from my small amount of sleep and ran away. And I'm gonna use it anyway.
Yeah.
They have an actual bathroom. It's better than a rock or something.
Yeah, but it's not
just
like it's
Titan,
like
use the sink while Ozzy uses the toilet.
Whatever they have.
whatever
I'm
the
using it
bromance
all.
happening in the toilet right now is takes
we're
you
like-
guys take a few
Like
minutes. and move
high-fiving
out.
while pooping.
Regardless, you guys make your way back as conversation kind of has come to an halt because of the lack of members. You guys have just been making small talk as Kaiten and Ozzy come back into the room.
I mean, I'm going to sit down and carry on
All right.
eating.
Welcome back.
All right. Where were we again?
I'm doing like the thing where like I'm like pretending to eat and like like opening my mouth and stuff, and like I'm just sort of like throwing it over my shoulder.
Feeding it to the dog under the table.
Right. As this slow pile of food starts to appear directly behind Ozzy, right? Anyway, so yes.
I figured those servants are like Roombas, basically, right?
Nah.
Just zipping
It's
around.
a very
and cleaning up
glorified
and
Roomba.
stuff.
Anyway, as we were saying, we have to focus on the bigger things as opposed to our personal reservations. Varys, would you mind continuing? Certainly. So, yeah, we have information. Like I said, we know who their warlord is. Nasty bugger. We know who his chieftains are. Also nasty buggers. But we were unable to determine if there's anything more we should know. Like, we know of the traps, and I believe they were recently remade, as Mordecus said, around the lake, right?
Right.
It's good to take note of that. And beyond the patrols being increased right now, due to their sudden and, of course, unfortunate losses. Yeah, that's kind of where we are at right now. So I think this is where if we didn't, walk into you guys, we probably would have been making plans right now to move forward. But yeah, are there any questions?
Move forward with what?
With trying to figure out how to get our city back.
Just more information gathering. You don't have any sort of plan.
Nope.
Neither do we.
So
we're even.
As I said, we used our persuasive methods to gather the information, and we know who to target. If we can find a way to cut off the head, then perhaps the body will rot. Though hobgoblins, they may also see it as an opportunity. If the leader falls, then perhaps somebody else can take that position. They don't really care. They're all ruled by strength and whoever can hit the hardest.
Now, this may seem a little untoward, I suppose, as a question, but if you can create and maintain a place like this, why have you not dealt with this problem already? It seems within magical scope that you would be able to handle some hobgoblins, at least enough to make them think twice.
And we have to kill the guy.
Maintain this place.
They too have access to very foul magics. And the magic required to make a place like this is a lot different than the magic that I would require to burn down a couple of hundred hobgoblins in one foul sweep without suffering the losses.
Even Syria's not strong enough to do it.
If she was, I'm certain she would have done so. But taking on an entire army, numbers are a powerful thing.
What do we have? And I look to Lydia and speak in common. 40? Maybe?
Maybe 50.
If we arm 20 children? I'm sure Markon will be on the front line. He's promised me that much. And I smile.
I wouldn't doubt it for Markon.
Oh, well, you should. Regardless, that's a conversation for another time. We have some.
Very few.
And then us, Strongwalker, and I can't remember her name, but
Liara.
Liara, that's it. Yes, so
Right.
6 of us.
It would be a small skirmish versus an army. Yeah, that wouldn't go well. So I don't think a full-out war would be favorable. I think we can all
The thing
agree
is,
on
you
that.
have knowledge of the terrain. We have no idea what's beyond the lake, really. What the city is like. With your information, we might be able to help a little more. It may even be worth you speaking to our mayor rather than speaking to us. We're neither the strategists of the war nor the leaders.
We're not exactly in a position to
I
make
understand.
decisions based on the city.
Though our goals are 100% the same.
Right.
Aside from Syria. I pop a grape in my mouth and shut up.
Well, at least we have that as an understanding. There are options here, indeed. Anyway, just as far as I am not the strategist myself. I deal with the magical aspects of nature and the Feywilds, and I give counsel to questions that may arrive. If it comes to fire, then Varys might be the person to take the lead on this particular endeavor. And you can see Varys kind of like, as he's eating, he kind of like stops chewing, is surprised, and there's like this moment of like pride and honor that shoots through his face as he kind of slowly starts re-chewing again.
What about your leader?
Kolvar.
Yeah.
We do not know where he is.
Do you have a leader, or is it just the two of you?
Right now, the only 3 that we know have survived, or suppose 4 now, if Syria is indeed still among the living. That makes 4 survivors that are outside the city. We lost many good men and women.
So, of the third pack, there are 4 of you, of which the first and the second pack don't exist.
I'm not part of
I'm
not part of the third pack. I'm not. I'm part of the council.
So there are 4 of you, 1 council member, 3 others, and
Correct.
no more.
Outside the city, that is for. We know that there are survivors inside the city. They're being
In this dimension, or in the main dimension, in the standard dimension.
in outside. That's referred to as outside. In here, no. I just have made it this big, so that if we do find survivors, we have the immediate room to host them and to attend to their wounds if need be.
And I think Lydia will agree with me, and Kite and Ozzy along with Lydia here. But I think the next best thing that for both parties, the 4 of you and our city, is for you to speak with our leader.
I agree. I think that's the only way we can move forward.
I understand. All right. Well,
Perhaps you should think about it, and we should sleep.
I do not see. Normally we would not, and I think that the agreement that my people made to not intervene falls to the side as necessity trumps preference, I suppose. All right, then I will guess we will make sure to rest, because it looks like you all have seen better days. And then at first light we will travel. I will make sure to prepare a method of transportation.
All right.
But
Well, rest it is then.
Thanks, where's the bed?
well, before you guys go, are there any questions you guys want to ask?
I thought I just asked one and I look at Chitin.
If you indeed wish to already go to bed, then,
Chitin just
if you already wish to go to bed, we can send a servant with you to designate a room to you.
I don't believe I have any further questions. From what I have, and correct me if I'm incorrect, but from what I have gathered, you have no further plan than to continue gathering information on the hobgoblins. You have no method by which you can attack the leaders, though you know who the leaders are, you just can't strike at them. And you yourselves have no way to begin thinking about reclaiming your city at this point in time.
Varys kind of like sits back up. Well, if I may, we may not be able to cut off their heads, but perhaps we can cause chaos among their ranks.
If I so recall, when we caused chaos and got them all riled up, your response was more condescending and rude about that particular result. So, not that I'm saying that you don't now want this plan, but perhaps make up your mind.
No, I'm saying that what I said was I believe that you were less subtle about it, which made them increase the patrols and makes it a lot harder to move through the land without being noticed. But, you know, to each their own methods. What I'm thinking
I'm
is...
staying alive. I grunt.
Staying alive is always preferable. I think we can all agree to that.
Indeed.
However, I am thinking they like, you know, they're a chaotic bunch. Now we know who their leader is. I don't think we can take him. He is this foul. You think you have seen hobgoblins? Imagine a hobgoblin the size of a half-giant.
The one that we can't take? Can we put that aside for the ones that you want to talk about? Please?
Alright. Just wanted to share information, no need to bite off the hand that feeds.
I'm in a rush to solve this problem. And if there's no way for us to get to the one that you're going to speak about, really, I mean, other than knowing his name, why does it matter what he is or what size, you know, his biceps are?
All right. Well, we know of his chieftains. Ark, I believe one is referred to, which is a very mean brute, a bugbear. I believe it is named in common. He controls the patrols. He kind of deals with that, makes sure that everybody is moving where they're supposed to. If we were to find a way to perhaps get rid of him, that may, you know, create some chaos amongst the patrols, perhaps giving us an opening to get closer. Without patrols, they're, you know, temporary as it may be, we might have an easier way to get closer.
I understand. How would we get to this person? Where do they reside within the camps? Do we know?
He primarily resides on the inside, but every now and then he comes, he checks out the camps next to the lake. And he just attends and, you know, establishes his dominance and sends out the hobgoblins that you have been encountering, including their worgen.
When you say every now and then, I mean, how often would we be able to catch him there?
And what do you mean establish his dominance? Does he fight with them?
Sometimes. I do not truly understand their hierarchy, but it seems that they really enjoy strength, and if you don't show strength, they don't listen. And they seem to respect strength. However, bugbears are very self-serving. So if we can capture him, which is unable to do because he seems to always have a large... he's always in the camps or has a significant portion of hobgoblins with him. If we can capture him, he might be more than willing to trade information to save his sorry hide. As we have been doing with hobgoblins, though they seem less cooperative after you stab him 3 times. But that's neither here nor there. But yeah, he controls the patrols. That is what we know. We know that there is... we have seen another small creature, a goblin of sorts. They call him Wrench. He seems to defend... He seems to focus primarily on the defenses. The ballistas that you have seen. Have you guys seen the ballistas on the top of the... on the lookouts?
Mm-hmm.
Think so.
They're hard to miss. And they won't miss you either. He seems to kind of tinker with them. He seems to be in charge of that. And though he is small, they... You know, and he gets kicked around. He seems to be very, volatile. I don't know what he's using, but he likes... He establishes his presence with explosives of sorts. I don't know what he does, but he seems to be knowing what he's doing. But he seems to control the defenses. So if he were to disappear, then perhaps the defenses would fall easier. And the one that worries me, the one who brings concerns to me and Miley, is the one who understands magic. I think they refer to him as Storm or Sturm. He seems to possess some foul magic. He is the one responsible for turning the stone, the crystal, the stone and the crystal, against us. It is why a significant portion of our forces are stuck on the other side. That is why the boundary between this world and the Fae is more sealed than usual. That's why we cannot move through. He also seems to be the closest to their warlord, the one that you didn't want to speak about. He seems to have some kind of say in it, and it looks weird. It's hard to say. You would have to see it for yourself to understand it. He messes with dark magic.
So it sounds to me like the first one we should be dealing with is this patrol master, as he'll be the easiest to catch if he's outside of the camp. The other two, we're talking about getting close to a series of siege weapons and powerful mages.
Yeah.
So.
Indeed.
I think if we're going to stand any kind of chance against those other two, then the only thing that we can do is deal with the patrols first.
That's what
and
I was
hopefully
thinking.
that will throw them into enough disarray.
To be fair, that was our sort of mission, in a way, was to try and infiltrate one of those camps.
I think we have something that might help us with infiltrating this time, though.
And I just sort of like look at Miley.
She looks at you. Perhaps. Though Varys is the one who can make people very quiet, even if they make some noise.
I slowly turn my glance towards Varys.
As Varys slowly turns his gaze to Lydia. There's a sequence of like a lot of heads moving. Don't worry. I got you. So yeah, like if you seek to strike, we may have to sit still for a wee bit. I hope that that's not much of a problem. But we can strike at him, but he's never alone. So chances are it's going to be a fight. And bugbears, in my experience, like to run when the situation is somewhat dire. But that's the extent. I usually only had to defend the city against more mystical creatures that come from nature themselves. Never an army. But you gotta do what you gotta do, right? So,
Indeed.
Are there any other questions? Because right now we still have the time. If we move tomorrow, we will set in motion a sequence of events where hopefully we'll all make it out of.
I don't...
This magic wielder, would that drop the spell on the crystal for the corruption?
It might weaken it. It's a continuous... it's almost like a continuous infusion of dark magic that they're forcing into the stone. To seemingly try and corrupt it or keep it corrupt. I would have to be up close. Is it the
type of thing that you could reverse yourself?
You're asking this to Varys or Miley?
Oh, Miley. I thought I was speaking to Miley.
I might. But it's very hard to say because I do not know the nature of their magics. And they seem to be using multiple individuals capable of this type of arcanics. I would have to see it for myself, but most things can be altered with enough time, with enough power. And if worse comes to worse, we can destroy it and with time make a new one.
Something else that I'm curious about is whether if we can free the people locked beyond the city in the other realm, are they in a position to potentially bolster yours, maybe our forces, and we could overwhelm the hobgoblins? Or is it just like women and children or God knows what beyond that have been cut off?
Many of them beyond the wall are much like myself.
Any fighters?
Perhaps a few, though most of them will be more magically inclined. Though I do not know in what state they are in. Are you familiar with the Feywilds? Are any of you familiar with the Feywilds?
Can't say that I am.
This is perhaps my third time out of a city.
I understand.
I think you had me roll for it before, and I think I wasn't.
Give me everybody with proficient in Arcana. Give me a good roll.
I can't promise a good one, but I'll try.
There's a good one.
Yeah, I was right.
All right.
No one.
All right. No one knows. So kind of like this almost like a cricket sound that goes off in this room. I see. Well, the Feywilds are a place much like this world, not this building, but outside, the material plane. The Feywilds take the very same cosmological space. It's almost like a carbon copy. But in the Feywilds, the magics run more freely and strongly, and nature is a way stronger presence. If you perhaps see a large rock formation in this plane, in that exact same location you may find a large tree in the Feywild. And that's kind of how it is, almost like a mirror, a reflection, with a touch of nature. However, this lake is a very important element, as it shares this exact same space between the worlds. It's one of the reasons why we have an outpost here. It's an anchor, and we protect the anchor to make sure that nothing bad was supposed to happen, so that people cannot breach the Feywild, and the Feywild cannot breach the material plane. It would create chaos. However, you guys have seen the water?
You mean the algae?
It's corruption.
I wish it was algae, Ozzy. It is
I'm pretty sure it's algae.
Pretty sure it isn't. It's an effect of the corruption that seeps from the stone. It has turned the water into this weird slush that just stinks. And if it's that strong of a presence on this plane, it should also have an effect on the Feywilds. And beyond that, since the magics are stronger within the Feys, I don't know what the effect it would have on my people if they stick around for too long. It is a thought that I hoped it doesn't come to reality. They could be fine. They're smart. They're more than capable. And I'm sure that at this moment they're trying to work their way through here, but that stone is blocking them. If we could destroy the stone, I'm sure they can move through again. Not in large portions, but individuals may be able to come through and perhaps offer aid.
So what I'm hearing is we put the patrols and the general organization into disarray, and then we try and steal the stone. Or activate the stone, or get them off of the stone, or however it is that you want to go about it.
None of this is really our decision.
I mean, as we've said,
right. All of this information is going to be redoubled over when we arrive at Amarok.
Well, it's as good of a plan as any to bring to Amarok, and it
Sure.
sounds like possibly the only real plan we have to go ahead. With their information,
I think we let Eve decide that.
we just let Eve give the go-ahead.
I mean, that's kind of what we've been doing so far.
Eve,
Perhaps Varys could plan with Rodolphe.
Alright, yeah, I can do that.
all we have to do is make it back to Amarok now. So if you have a way to do that,
I will have a way to do that tomorrow. I would have to do some
the
reading.
matter is settled.
All right. Well, if there are no further questions, if you do ever encounter Syria once again, hopefully mentioning us will give her second thoughts.
We'll point you in your direction.
All right.
Do you have any symbols that represent your people?
We do.
Do you think maybe we could have one of them as proof? I don't think she's prone to believing us.
She kind of goes into thoughts. I can have one made. We have a small blacksmith here. We can have one made, yeah.
It would probably be helpful.
All right. Makes sense.
Good idea, Ozzy.
Agreed. She is an impulsive one. She was ordered, not just by her father, but by us, the council, to not interfere. It seems that she didn't quite take those words too hard.
I'm sure she's just afraid, and she thinks she's alone, and she's acting on instinct.
What was it that you said? A lot of miscommunication?
Aye.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Seems
Perhaps-
like she hit us pretty hard with her communication.
And I sort of like pointed like some scars.
Varys like chuckles. Miley just keeps a straight face.
Out of curiosity, if Kovar is
Kolvar.
dead, does that make Syria some sort of queen?
No. It would be most likely the council that would take over the decisions until an individual is chosen.
Visible look of relief over the face.
Yeah. I feel like Ozzy and Chitin both like sigh like heavily at the same time.
All right.
Fine. I say we go for some sleep. If we think of anything else,
Right.
then we'll let you know in the morning. But I'm going to look to Lydia as I say it. For now, perhaps a treaty, peace, a pact to help one another.
All right. I will have I will send servants to make a simple amulet. Would be okay. I hope.
Whatever, as long as she doesn't zap us with lightning and drop me from the sky.
Ozzy, she'll probably find it on our dead corpses, pick it up, and then she'll realize her people are alive.
At least she'll feel bad about it later for like 3 minutes.
All right. Well, if that was all, I will send you to your room so you can take a good night rest. If there's anything you need, just request a servant and they should appear. Most of this house is free to use if you seek anything done. If there are questions, you can find us. Otherwise, the servants will assist. If that is all, then I will attend to my own room and prepare for the travel tomorrow.
Thank you for your hospitality.
All right. She stands up as these servants start to appear, and they start taking plates. Varys walks with her, and you guys, indeed, each one of you gets a servant that says, "Follow me, sir," or in Lydia's case, "Please, madam, follow me." And you guys get 4 rooms next to each other. On the first floor, the first 4 rooms, and they open. You get a special key that kind of appears and you get pulled into this room. And the rooms like are all kind of the same, right? But they're very well decorated. There's a very large bed, bordering on like 2 people for two, you know, what is it, like a queen size or king size bed? There's a good
I
table.
don't know.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the sizes by America standards. I do apologize. But
I
regardless,
think queen size is the biggest possible bed you can get. Or is
That's
it a
what it-
king's? Oh, actually.
Yeah, I
King
think
size.
it's a king size.
Is
Yeah.
it a king size? How fucking sexist of beds.
Unless you want to get into like polyamorous size, and that fits like 4 people.
it's okay. It's
But-
gonna be more like a
The thing is, I'm so not sure if you're making a joke or if that's an
No,
actual
actually, I've seen it. Yeah, it's crazy.
regardless. They're roomy beds for
Single
1
bed.
person. There's a work table, a simple work table. There's a simple closet, and they're all very well made, like expertly crafted furniture. And it's like, you know, there's like a small plant. It's kind of cozy and homey, and yeah, if you like elven architecture, it's nice. You guys
can
just-
I turn to my little servant and speak to it? Is
Yeah.
it the type of thing that... excuse me, do you, by any chance, are you the type of thing, apparition that can mend things?
Mending house,
I'm going to pull out my lute. This is a musical instrument known as a lute. I don't know if your people have them, but it's kind of broken up. It's something that I use to channel my own magics, and it's been a little iffy of late.
I understand. He takes the lute from you, kind of inspects it, kind of moves his hand through it to feel the inside of the lute, which is a really weird visual. We can indeed fix this, but we would have to do that overnight. Is that okay with you, sir?
That is fine. And how would I go about paying you for this service?
No need, sir.
I would very much like to. I don't like to be in people's debt.
Your payment would be null here, sir. We serve Miley. If you wish to pay
And
her, you could. But I'm more than willing
Fine.
to fix this right now if you are okay with that.
that would be wonderful, and I'll be happy to speak to Miley in the morning.
All right. Sleep well, sir. As he takes the lute
Thank you.
through it, he opens, instead of moving through the door, he actually opens the door now and moves through it and closes it behind him. And you go to rest.
I'm going to chill on the bed straight away, jump on my polyamorous bed, and have a nice
All right, and
sleepy sleep.
put your stuff aside. It's a very soft bed. Anybody else that does anything in their room?
Nope, just sleep.
I just unload all my shit into the room, and I'm gonna meditate my night away in front of the Krellin statue.
All right.
I guess like I sort of like draw a like a circle of symbols on the ground, and I make like a circle, and I just sort of like prick my finger and put like a drop of the black ichor in the circle, and I guess like this just like swirling inky smoke starts to rise up, and I say,
I think this is the chance to get the stone. I need to know where the gauntlet is. Is there
There's a
anything you can tell me?
There's a moment of silence in your head, and then you can start here. You can feel your own presence being pushed aside. As you lose control of your body momentarily, you stand up, and you can feel your body looking around. As he starts to speak. Where are we? And as he says that, that's the voice that comes out of your body. Where is this?
This is a place that isn't quite where it was.
And my voice starts to like change. Like my voice actually starts to change. And I say,
It's not important. I found a way to get to the stone. I need to find a way to get to the gauntlet too. If you want me to bring the gauntlet to the stone, I have to know where it is. It was gone from where we fell.
You can feel this. You can feel your body kind of changes at the hands. As you're gonna look at your hands, your fingers become these claw-like, ink-soaked abominations. Both of your hands. Your forearm kind of seeps into this darkness as well as smoke kind of billows from it. He starts carving into the very ground additional symbols on top of your own. And then slams his hand in the middle. You can see the symbols and the lines between them light up with this, almost like with this black light, followed by smoke. That then is then whisked away.
like, out of curiosity, does the black light reveal any spots I should be worried about on the bed or anything?
Yes. For some reason, there's really weird spots on your own clothing near your face. Anyway, as you clam your hand into the middle of the circle and the circle lights up and the smoke comes out, it becomes whisked away. My magic doesn't work on this plane. There's no connection to my gem, to the gauntlet.
If I can get out of this plane, can you help me find it?
If we're on the same plane, yes.
Then I will talk to you soon.
And I sort of like try to scrub out the symbols.
Yeah. As your hands slowly fade back to normal, they mutate back into fingers. The pale hand that you had, as your skin starts to show again. You can hear this faint voice. You can feel your presence being allowed to take control again. As you can hear this voice fading in the back. Do not waste my time.
Trying to bring the gauntlet to the stone. Jeez.
Okay. Yeah, so I guess like after I do that, I just sort of like I sigh again and I sort of like does this place have like windows?
No.
No? Okay. I guess like I just like plop down on the bed and sort of I don't know, do like a just sort of like lay there like a board and not like I just sort of like not sleep but rest.
Yeah. And you need at least 4 hours, right? To
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So you just kind of like keep to yourself, kind of plan ahead, kind of think things through and over. Alright, yeah, Mordecus. You, as you sit down in front of the statue, like you even get a question like, "Sir, is everything alright?" As one of the servants appears.
Yes, just bring me a meditation pillow. And incense might be nice.
Certainly, sir. As he kind of fades away, and like in a couple of minutes, he comes back, not with a pillow, but with like a soft blanket and a few herbs that you need burn. Sorry, sir, we did not have a pillow for your size, but we did have this soft blanket. Is that all right?
Sure. It's just a blanket. It's fine. I've been sleeping on the ground for weeks. Oh, meditating. I'm so used to calling it sleeping from dealing with all these non-fey. Help me fold it. And I stand up and we fold the blanket awkwardly together into a weird square so that I can kneel on it in front of the statue. And then I look to him and I go, I'm not going to lie to you. I've actually never burned incense while I've done this before. I just read it in a book somewhere that it's something that elves do.
It is indeed something you could do, sir.
My mom used to trap me underneath the stairs in the cupboard while I meditated. She said it was helpful.
That must have been peaceful, sir.
No, it wasn't. Listening to your mom have sex in the other room is never peaceful.
Certainly, sir.
I shrug and I go, right, all right. I light it? Is that what elves do?
If you wish to burn incense, fire would indeed be required, sir.
You're really not helping me at all.
I'm sorry, sir. Would that be all, sir?
Yes.
If you wish further assistance, call out. Good night.
I will.
As he floats away.
I struggle lighting the incense for a while, then meditate for the first time, probably like an actual elf would.
Yeah, you get into this meditative state before the statue. As incense kind of fills this immediate area of where you are meditating.
I feel like after like 30 minutes, I get super annoyed with it and I can't do it, and I end up snuffing out the incense, like smacking it to the point where like it hits the wall, and then I just sit there meditating in like the cold, hard silence on the blanket in front of the statue.
As you get into this meditative state, indeed, after smashing the incense, you can hear cleaning being done behind you as a servant has taken upon himself to make sure the room stays clean. And he kind of floats off with like a broken jar and like half-burned incense. As you get into this meditative state, you actually go into a dream state, like more so than you are accustomed to, especially with your elven heritage. It's just a trance almost, where you can think and contemplate. This actually feels like a dream, which is somewhat unsettling for you. But that is quickly faded, as there are warm images, by your standards, that kind of fill your visions. Feelings of hope arise as these beautiful images, plaster the inside of your dream. And you just kind of feel, since a very long time, at peace within this trance. You feel one.
Yeah. Nice.
And that's how you kind of spend your night, sitting on this comfortable blanket. Is there anybody else that does anything else?
I'm already sound asleep in whatever bed has been provided.
All right.
Snoring away.
All right. You guys, in your respective patterns, kind of wake up. I think that Mordecus and Ozzy wake up, or at least leave their resting state in about 4 hours, right? So they wake up first. And, you can already hear from the kitchen the cooking happening as breakfast is being prepared. As you can see certain servants moving into that same hallway as you guys come out of your room. As they're setting up a breakfast. And time kind of continues. And in due time, also, Chitin and Lydia kind of wake up early mornings. You feel kind of like you feel like you have slept like 1,000 years. Oh god, this bed feels so good. Compared to like the hard ground that you have been sleeping on.
Yep, that's fair.
For 20 minutes a pop before being attacked or woken by something awful.
By some fucking horrible shit.
Hey, the dice, they don't lie. So, you guys all make it, like, all wake up, do your morning routine, and kind of wake your way to the breakfast?
Yeah.
Alright.
Mhm.
You guys make your way to breakfast, like, Miley and Varys, as well as Bremen, which wasn't previously in the room. He has taken a seat next to Varys. And as you guys move in, of course, Ozzy and Mordecus being the first ones, he immediately shuts up and just continues his food with purpose. As Varys gives you guys a nod, as he's, trying to be polite, as he's chewing a big chunk of chicken. And Miley, being a little bit more controlled with her portions, she greets you. Good morning.
Yeah.
I hope rest found you well.
Of course.
All right.
Rest is an odd word.
I agree. We don't sleep. We elves, we think a lot. But it is a necessary thing to contemplate. To be at peace. But eat, drink. There is much to do today.
You always meditate like that.
Ah,
What I experienced last night.
oh, you are referring to your, to the trance you had in front of the statue?
Yeah.
It's common that in the presence of the statue, of the deity, it represents to have a different type of trance, more filled with beauty as opposed to contemplation. It's refreshing, but at times unnecessary.
Sure. And I'm going to put this in the nicest possible way, but you're a bit spoiled with that. I have gone many centuries of my life without any semblance of Corellin at all.
Well, it looks like you have found her now.
A meditation like that is... I would be surprised if I got one ever again.
Life's full of surprises. Hell, look at us right now. I would never thought this would happen, that I would be feasting with individuals that would not be of my ilk. But here we are. As he kind of like cheekily starts drinking some wine.
So, Amarok.
Yeah,
Yes.
I was just about to say, perhaps we best be on our way.
I would strongly recommend to eat first. I assure you, we'll be there soon enough.
Do you have a way to get there, or are we going to go the plebeian route?
I have a way to get in close to the city.
I'll take it, and I eat.
As you guys eat and kind of small talk, and Brown just kind of like finishes his meal and excuses himself. As Varys like gives him this foul look, but one with understanding. Servants appear, two of them, one carrying an amulet made out of silver and steel, like a plated steel, if you will. As well as a lute.
I want to speak to Miley. Is she here still?
Yeah, she's still eating and drinking. Like, you guys are still eating and drinking, right? Like, you not everybody's wolfing an entire meal down in 5 minutes.
Ozzy's just pretending like, he's doing the same thing. He's like gnawing on
Yeah, I'm just
whatever.
just eating.
I'm actually eating, but
Yeah.
I also want to question Miley. Do your people accept coin in trade?
Oh, my people. I don't think that we would have much use for your coin. I think maybe you, Varus, like, do you use common coin? He just kind of shakes his head.
How do you pay for trade?
We don't have to. We live off the land. We take from the land what we need, and we try to give back as much as we can.
It's just that your servant here has mended my loot, but normally I would pay for the service, but I don't know how to pay for this since we use coin where I'm from. But we don't.
You meant the servants. I don't think that they have cause or need for coin. They're not real. They're
But they
part
can
of them.
just-
They're very much part of the magics that create this very house. It would be as if you were going to pay the spells that you can cast for their service.
True, but the spells are coming from you, are they not?
True. I appreciate the offer, but if you wish to help me get my city back.
Fair enough. That I will do.
I think that is a fair payment for a simple loot fix.
Indeed, and please accept my thanks as well.
You're welcome. I must
I'll
say I'm
eat the
quite
rest of the
surprised.
food.
I'm quite surprised. I expected a lot worse from outsiders. With
A
the
lot
exception
worse?
of, yes, my kin, the Eladrin. We are a reclusive folk. We primarily keep ourselves to the Feywilds. And I always heard tales of individuals performing acts that I would disagree with, much in turn with the hobgoblins. Just crimes against nature and against innocent life. But if this is my first impression to the kin of your city, those who reside within, well, I'm pleasantly surprised.
Well, I think this is how we came originally into Syria's bad books, because our ways aren't quite 100% in line with that of nature, though we did promise Syria that we would attempt to change that. We do take from the land probably more than we are supposed to, or than is necessary. And
Is
we
there a
build
reason?
it is just the way I think in general our people aren't quite as in tune with the land, and therefore to cut down a tree is not something that we feel remorseful for instinctively, though with our original talks with Syria we did come to a sort of compromise that we would begin to perhaps replant trees or farm in a different way, in a sort of crop rotation way. It's not something I understand too much, and you should probably prepare yourself for something quite different and alien to what you're expecting perhaps from us, especially if you're used to living off of the land, as you say. Most of the people that created where we are all from, and our original city, they can be greedy, and they can be
I see.
disregarding and unthoughtful. So you should be a little aware that the place was built not under the same cautious scrutiny of the land that your people use, though it is something that we have been very recently open to changing and adjusting.
Well, that's good to hear. Well, whatever happens.
Though a lot of it is metallic and built from things that don't 100% use nature, though is powered usually by things like wood being burned and things.
Well,
Uh,
if you take a look
I
at
know that
Varus,
Syria particularly finds it offensive.
true. Syria is a very passionate individual that straves for nature and nature alone. However, not all are like her in her beliefs. As she kind of like points at Varus, and he has like metal worked into his armor and such. As you can see, we do not mind metals. They're just as much part of nature. It's just that druids, it seems that metal interferes somehow with their connection or with their beliefs, depending on who or what you follow. But regardless, whatever happens in
You should
Amarok,
know that we aren't completely steadfast in our ways. Mostly it has been quite a struggle simply to stay alive on the land, even with our more raw tactics. It is not... We have only been here for 4 years.
I know.
And we've been set adrift by our original country and city. We're alone, and it's been quite difficult, I think.
I see.
But in this, again, if we are able to free your people and help you and work together, I'm sure you can help us, and in return, we could perhaps provide you with something, information, trade. Not necessarily coin, of course.
I understand. Well, whatever happens, there's a lot to do before we can open up communications between cities. I would have to first rebuild my own, see what is left, and perhaps form a new council, perhaps even, for I do not hope it to be so, a new leader, a new head of this humble place that I used to call home. But whatever happens in Amarok, I'm grateful that my first impression of your kin is at least a positive one. And
Our
hopefully,
leader is fair. I'm sure she'd help with the rebuilding of your city in any way.
this Eve you spoke of?
Yes, especially when given the information that you'll be providing.
Then I'm looking forward to meet her. All right.
She will probably provide a much better impression than even we did.
More than likely.
Now I'm really
Though we
excited
are
to meet
very
her.
cautious.
Well,
We're
and
very
then-
cautious of both hobgoblins and your kin, unfortunately, due to the miscommunication with Syria and the fact that the hobgoblins are a right bunch of feckin' bastards.
I agree with that. And then perhaps we can start clearing some of this miscommunication. So we can perhaps move forward to at the very least, a less electrifying tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. And maybe you can teach me how to make magical chicken. I'm sick of eating rations. Just gonna take a bite of my chicken.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. But if it is all the same to you, I am finished with my breakfast. I'd say clean up, as in clean yourself up, get ready, and we'll move shortly, if that is okay.
I'm ready
with
to
you.
move as soon as you're able.
All right.
I've just become shockingly aware of how disgusting I look. I forgot entirely who I was playing. Chitin, the one gross t-shirt and completely destroyed other garments.
Yeah.
Rat boy from the street.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll be preparing. We'll be at the door. as she gets up and servants start to appear, start taking some of the empty plates. Varys walks with her. You kind of get the idea that Varys is like sworn to kind of like protect her because she seems to be like an important part of the hierarchy. Though the one that is below Varys, Brennan, he's just weird. But everybody's ready. Nobody wants to do anything else.
Nope, nothing else to do in the house before we leave.
All right. Oh, yeah, by the way, Ozzy, one of the servants has given you also this amulet. Yeah, this amulet. It's a very finely crafted amulet. It's small, smaller than the size, of a human hand or a human palm. It's a very small.
What does the symbol look like?
The symbol,
Yes.
the symbol looks like a tree that kind of goes outward, and it seems like there is an outlining to the tree engraved into it, as if it's supposed to represent, almost like a second tree behind it.
Okay.
But yeah, it's made out of silver. It's a very simple symbol.
Okay. I guess I just sort of like nod towards the servant, and I just say,
Yeah, okay. Thanks.
Right. You're welcome, sir. As he fades away. Alright, you guys get ready to move? Alright, you guys are coming together at the front door. As you guys start moving through it, the door opens, and you guys move through this weird, faced like wall, and you need to come out of this place, between the two trees. Now, in the early morning, it's about maybe 9, maybe 10 a.m. As you guys move out of it, and appear in the middle of essentially nowhere.
The same place where we entered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The door closes. It fades away. There's a bit of dirt and dust that comes out of it as it fades away. And then poof, gone.
And everyone's here, all those three and us.
You said you had some way to get back to the city faster than walking?
I do indeed. But I need to find a thick enough tree to do so. There's a lot of large trees here, but just not a lot of thick trees. So I think we have to move a little bit deeper into the woods to find one.
We're following your lead.
Yeah, you're gonna find a tree better than any of us.
All right. At that point, Varys takes the lead. Miley stays around him, and of course, Bremen moves forward with purpose. Arrows notched in case of any emergency. You guys move forward. It takes about maybe 10 minutes to find this very sturdy, large, thick tree. It's old looking, but healthy. She walks up to the tree. Well, is everybody ready?
Let's go.
Ready?
All right. She puts her hands on the tree, and this arcane energy starts to pour from her hands into the tree, and it follows the grains of the wood. Starts to turn around it, as suddenly this astral portal appears, and as you kind of look through it, you can in the distance see the very familiar walls of Amarok, about 30 minutes away. As she starts walking through it. She starts walking through it and says, "Hurry up." Varys follows, Bremen follows.
I follow immediately.
Alright.
Yep, I'm just gonna.
I'm sort of like peering around at this, magic as I walk through.
As the last one of you guys starts following, the door already starts to close, and the space behind you starts to disappear. You're gonna hurry out of this portal, and you appear about 30 minutes away from Amarok, in a very familiar forest. It's the forest to the east of Amarok, where it gets a little bit thicker, which is about 30 minutes. 30-minute walk if you walk straight. Right. Well, this is your place. Lead the way.
Follow me. And I walk towards the city gates.
Right. At this point, Varys walks a little bit ahead to Bremen, and you can see them having a conversation, but you can't see really what it is about. But it looks like... Give me an insight check if you're paying attention to that.
Sure.
Every single time somebody's doing something weird, I am checking them out.
Right. Yeah, Chitin, as you kind of like, you have that vigilance back and you're on common terrain, so you feel a little bit more comfortable as you see Varys move forward, and he seems to be visibly annoyed, but not with the situation, with Bremen. As Bremen seems to be... He almost seems to kind of get somewhat aggressive at this point. He seems to almost start to challenge Varys' authority.
I'm just gonna sort of mention to them both, like, fear not, as we enter the city. Lydia's high-ranking guard, so should anybody feel any sort of distrust to your being here as strangers, she is able to inform the guard and pull everybody in line. In general, most people here are just townsfolk, so they would pose no threat to you anyway.
Well, I am open
high
to...
ranking, maybe a bit of a stretch, but I'll do what I can.
Yeah, shut up.
Well, I'm open to the idea of meeting new individuals, but I understand that other people may not be. So I'm
Shouldn't be a problem. You aren't hobgoblins. It's not going to be an issue.
There are elves and halflings, and there are even half orcs. I am a half elf myself, as is Lydia. So
we noticed.
It is not.
we noticed.
It's not like you're going to be a strange-looking race, like frightened people or anything like that.
Well,
I was just that response made me just think we weren't looking at your ears. We never look at your ears.
As she kind of gives a nod, like there's a curiosity and there's this lively curiosity to it, but there is also a visible concern that starts to appear, because at heart these three that you found are reclusive by nature, and they're far from their land. They're far out of their comfort zone, right? And you can imagine how it is to be out of your comfort zone in an unknown land, because you have been out of your comfort zone in an unknown land. But yeah, they say that you keep the lead. Like they start treating you like.
Why I attempt to reassure them.
Yeah, exactly. And
to the best of my plus whatever persuasion ability.
Yeah.
You mean your plus 100? Yeah, you do.
The walls.
You do, and like small talk continues, and they start to perceive you as kind of like the ambassadors, right? You'll be the buffer between the city and them.
Yeah, I'll inform. The people are rough, but generally friendly.
Right.
They're not really. We're not a warmongering people. We're not hobgoblins.
All right, you guys, and the gate is open. There's two guards on top of it. Steven is there, slightly pissed.
Steven.
Now, is that the British pissed, or
as
like,
in
is he
British
angry?
pissed? As in he's perhaps still hungover from last night.
So it's like the morning, and he's like kind of drunk still.
Yeah,
Dogged it.
and it's Lydia, and then he like immediately comes down from his celebration as he sees the unknown faces.
And guests, Steve, and guests.
They good?
They're good.
Well, it's your head if they ain't.
Is Eve at home? Do you know?
No, she went on a holiday.
Very funny. Good. Your humor never ceases to amaze me, Steve.
I'm a funny guy. I know.
Never ever.
He's a funny guy.
Yeah.
Right.
You get back to watching that tree line over there, and we'll just keep going in. All right.
Alright. And, you know, the gate's already up, so you guys kind of walk through. As you kind of walk through the gate, you're getting eyes from the people that walk through, because it's at the beginning of the day, right? And you start getting eyes from, like, the villagers, the citizens, and, you know, as you guys all walk, before the city, you also walk through the farms that have been set up. And you all, like, the farmers already, like, were confused. They kind of, like, stop farming, and they kind of, like, lean on their equipment, like, what the fuck? Who the hell is that? You know, and some
I just
of them,
keep walking as if nobody's looking at us at all.
yeah, and some of them gonna get like this weird look in their eyes because the last time they heard of an elf doing things, it was possibly because somebody sieged the city. So like there's some visible nervous faces. And with that, we'll probably take our last break of the evening. See you guys in a couple of minutes. Alright, we have returned from our small break for the last hour of the Northern Winds, episode 23. We just ended up back into the city after a magnificent transportation that saved pretty much an hour of travel. Well, an hour? Not an hour. A day. Almost a day worth of travel, perhaps even longer. As we have entered Amarok, as nervous eyes are aimed at the group as you move forward, presumably towards Eve, I take it.
I'm looking forward to watching Ace roleplay with himself for about the next hour, and I'm just gonna take a nap. That's my plan.
I'll channel my inner Mercer, right?
He's got
Critters,
that whole
have my
stream
back.
term.
Yeah, it's
Got
like
that whole stream
it's just gonna be
thing
like
just for
the full screen, and then just me talking to myself, switching
We'll just
position,
mute
right?
and fall asleep.
Anyway,
All right.
you guys move
So yeah,
forward.
we're headed towards Eve's place.
And
Yeah.
there's whispers and such. People kind of coming out of alleyways.
I flip Mark Khan's house off as we walk by.
Yeah, as you kind of walk through and you flip in his direction.
I mean, if he's outside, I'm not going to.
Okay, I was gonna say.
Marcon's like looking out the window.
He's like,
Yeah, 'cause
he's
you
like
know.
brushing some leaves down his driveway.
Probably got a new roof.
Fucking
Roll
Mort's just like-
initiative. No, you guys walk forward, and you can hear a voice scream out, "Hey, Mort!"
Who's that?
Markin.
Who's that?
Oh, you know who I am. That came out wrong. You know who I am.
Oh, Markon. What a pleasure.
I'm certainly sure it is. Look, got something that
No, that
belongs
was
to you.
sarcasm.
I know it was. And as he
thank
throws, as he kind of like stays away like 30 feet from you, and he throws something at you, a pouch.
I sidestep and let it hit the ground.
It hits the ground,
More
kind of.
awkward like that.
It kind of tumbles under the ground, like in front of like the feet of presumably Kite and Ozzy or even Lydia, and it sounds like a pouch filled with coins. It kind of like.
What's this?
stumbles. You gave me a little bit too much. That's what's left over.
How much is it?
About 52.
I shrug. Why are you giving it back?
I only asked for 100. Look,
Yeah, but you're such a dick. I would have figured you would have kept it anyway.
well, if you insist, as he kind of walks into the direction of the pouch. He keeps walking.
I'm just watching this shit happen. Like I don't even.
Can I usher the fucking guests away from Marcon and this bullshit which is about
Yeah.
to go down?
Yeah, like
you
if
guys
we
can
just
move
keep
forward.
walking,
This to be their
I'm just
first
gonna keep
impression of
walking.
Right.
Their first impression of Amarok is this fucking street fight between us lot
Look,
and this
it's,
old dickish vet.
and Markin picks up the coin, like, do you need it or not? Because I can take it.
Depends. There's two routes about this, Markon. One route is we're together. The other route is we're very, very separate.
Look, I don't want to work with you, but I only did 100. I told the others about the arrangement I made. It no longer stands. If you need to buy something, you can probably do it at the normal price.
Right. So next time we go see the Hobgoblin camp, I expect you to be right behind me.
If they order me to do
Or
so,
we can draw straws. The whole town together. Maybe if you have a niece or a nephew, maybe she'll be lucky to draw the short one and come out with us.
perhaps we should bring it to a vote and see who can take lead.
Now you can't really force people to go.
Still going towards Eve's
Yeah, I know.
house.
Like, and then, like,
Nowhere nearby this. Just
We
making
are
sure.
and
we
then
are.
this becomes a shouting match right now, and Miley kind of walks. Was this the thing you were talking about? Kite?
This
This is
just-
the problem with trade. Once you introduce it, sometimes people go.
This one of
crazy
those.
over coin.
It's one of those personal conflicts.
Yeah,
I understand.
kind of. And
He kind of like looks
I'm not-
back. All right. Anyway.
I'm gonna like look at. Can I give? I want to give a gold coin to. She's not wearing metal, right? But the other two are.
No, she's wearing jewelry, like necklaces and
jewelry.
such. Yeah.
I'm gonna give them a gold coin each, and say like, just in case you need to buy things in the same way that I did in your mansion.
I see.
Here you may need to trade. I'll give them a gold piece each and say, just as a sort of return of the favor, you can either keep this, or if you need something and we're not about, then this is how you would go about it. You would use one of these coins, but you don't need to get into a fighting shout match like that. Generally, you just trade with coin for item.
I see.
And that is it.
It's very kind of you, Kaiten. Thank you. As you guys just walk. Like Lydia's like pushing everything forward as best as she can. Fuck. Alright. As Mark and Mordecai are kind of like having this shouting match, right? Look, fuck, I just want to give some of your money back. I'm gonna be a prick about it, I'll just take it back and go back to my shop.
It's fine, that's the other route of which I had said. That is one of two routes.
Well, guess we all have our own path to walk.
Yes, yours will be the destruction of Amarok. I salute you, sir, to death!
He just gives you this quick look and he instinctively wants to grab his sword, but he takes a deep breath and kinda walks away. And he also yells, by the way, tell Kaiten the shop's back open.
No, you got it. I'm not your errand boy, that costs you money. Otherwise, we would be working together. And we don't do that. You just literally made that decision.
As he just disappears. Yeah, you can hear him like under his breath, like curse.
Yeah, I send Manarok after him, just literally just cawing at him.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I have no words, only sadness.
Hey, this bird kind of follows him, right? He sees you send him after him. He just kind of looks at you. And in like one foul swoop, he just takes an arrow, locks it in, shoots, Amarok falls, dies. Poof.
Amarok is a celestial being?
He doesn't know that. He just shoots your bird. As
fine.
an arrow kind of falls to the ground, poof, and the arrow falls down. You know, he looks at you, and just walks away back to the alley, away from sight. And you are now the one who is getting those same nervous eyes that were looking at the party.
Oh, that's
They're-
nothing I'm not used
Yeah,
to.
like, they're not looking at you. But it's like, yeah, okay, this is a normal Monday morning, fuck it, right? As you kind of move, I'm presuming to Eve as well?
Yep.
Alright.
If anything, it's a good thing because now they have that to fucking talk about instead of the newcomers.
Yeah.
And the gossip mill continues.
The good distraction powers of Mort.
Yeah, and that was Mort's plan all along.
Yeah, of course.
As he waves and
course.
fades, it was a mirror illusion. As you guys all get into the room, Eve opens up. Happy to see you guys. Surprised with the visitors. And so it begins. Everybody takes a seat. Eve now takes the seat at the home. Miley takes the seat at the other end. As Varys takes a seat next to Miley, and of course the other individual takes a seat on the other side. And he is even like he is now angry in the face, but silent. He's getting
Eve?
No, not Eve.
Oh.
Bremen. The
Okay, yeah.
the one with the long loose brown hair.
I got you. I got you.
Yeah, he's pissed. And he's just waiting. You guys take your seats as well, respectively.
Eve, some allies that we met who want to, well, help in general with getting rid of the hobgoblins and taking back their city. Allies, Eve, Miley, Varus, Bremen, I think.
Bremen.
I think I got them all.
He just gives you like this foul look, as if you're not worthy to speak his name.
I give him this look.
And a stare. Okay, roll for staring contest. No, you guys need like introductions are swiftly made. And Eve goes, well, this is certainly a surprise. Can I offer you anything or anyone? A drink, food?
Oh, I mean, I'm fine.
Everybody's gonna find, you know, Miley and Varus, like they respectfully decline as they just had breakfast, right? Everybody kind of had breakfast not too long ago. Everybody's still kind of full from that, I hope. So how does this came to be? If I may ask, Lydia.
Oh, we were camping, avoiding hobgoblins, trying not to be dead. And they found our camp and they took us to a different camp, basically. And spoke to us of their plans to deal with the hobgoblins and the information that they learned. And then we're here now, talking to you, because we have no authority to say whether or not we as a city can help. We are just a group of scouts and so forth. So
I see.
we thought it best to bring them back here to speak to you.
Well, thank you, and thank you, Miley, to you know, for helping my group out. As she, you know, she nods and such. So I presume you guys are here to make plans, right? That's the idea here.
Well, these are the Eladrin, the people that live within the city.
Miley kind of interrupts you and coughs. If I may. I am an Eladrin. These fine men next to me are wood elves. I'm not sure if you have, you know, similar ilk around here, as it seems very diverse here. Eve kind of sits back, thinks, and shakes her head. But sorry for interrupting you, Chitin. You were saying?
It's fine. I was simply trying to explain your predicament. You're the only three people that you know of that are outside of the divide, the Fey locked realm, apart from Syria. And then I'm going to turn to Eve and say, they know practically everything that we know about Syria, in terms of our involvement, though nothing before the most recent treaty and then miscommunication. But in general, it seems that not everybody from there is quite as militant as Syria with the distrust and the way that we live off the land and stuff. They have basically the same amount of knowledge about what's going on, other than the fact that they actually provided us with names and such for the chieftains of the hobgoblins, and we've come up with a sort of plan of attack to be able to help them. But it seems that for now we're going to attempt to work with them, help free their people, defeat the hobgoblins, and hopefully help them restore their city, which is actually sort of an outpost, I think you said. And hopefully we can come to some sort of agreement where we can help one another and get rid of the scourge, the immediate threat that is posed for us and has already claimed your city.
Indeed. it would indeed be favorable to remove the hobgoblins indeed from our city. Preferably also, as I understand it, before they take your city. Eve kind of nods and understands. As she kind of looks at the group and then to them as well. But there was some form of a plan. Do I need to call for Radulf so that we can perhaps put this plan on paper?
Probably best that he be here, yeah.
All right.
Seems like a smart idea.
Understand.
I can go get him.
All right. Sounds like a plan. And Lydia kind of stands up and it goes to Radulf, and like with like a half hour, you bring him back after finding him and such. As you kind of inform him about, look, we have some friends, not people that are from the same place as Syria, but but not as fucking bastardly.
I repeat everything that has been said
Pretty
to
much.
Radulf, and I bring him to Eve's place.
Can I, in that time, generally inform Eve of our night? Of everything we've done up to that point, in that we went out with one intention, and then we kind of set off a lot of patrols and then ended up with them? Because she might be expecting another thing from us, because we had a sort of slightly different mission in a way.
Yeah. Like she gets worried when she hears like not worried, she gets concerned. When she starts listening to the increased patrols and such. It's worrisome. And you kind of informed her, and there's some back and forth between all of you guys, getting everything lined up and fully explaining the situation as what happened, as Radulf and Lydia come back. There's some small introductions. There's some like Bremen like kind of reels back at the side of this damned half orc, as Varys is like, he kind of like tries to size him up, and you can see him go, I could take him. And Miley is like more like curious about this, because she probably never seen a half-orc. Heard of him, but never seen him. And as this house becomes quite crowded at the moment, the table has never been full properly, but now is filled on each seat. And it continues. As Miley opens up the conversation further, that's what happened indeed so far. Indeed, we have information. Indeed, we can. I presume we have to run that back next to Radulf. Varys can do that, as he is the captain of the third pack. He is the captain of your guard. I think there's similarities there. And knowing is half the battle. So they can work things out, come up with a more stricter plan, a more set in stone plan. And as far as I understood from this group of adventurers, this scouting party, there were a lot of misconceptions, a lot of miscommunication, especially with Syria, and things that were before or after that.
Yes, some, but I mean, nothing that we haven't already ironed out, at least on both sides. Everybody knows what's going on. All we need is for the information to be shared between us, and then everything's done.
Right. Well, we knew of your arrival about 4.5 years ago now, and we saw your city grow. But we never reached out, we never interfered, because that's kind of what we do. We don't intervene, we just make sure that things are. We're reclusive folk. Unfortunately, Syria thought differently of this. However, I think, as I understand it, as I've heard from you guys, she kind of looks around the party, I'm starting to get the feeling that most of the situation was set in motion, give or take, about 2 years ago, when you guys started taking more from the land than you guys were giving back. If I may be so bold, what was the reason for that? As she kind of looks around the room.
I fucking looked at Eve. No, my fault. I'm a child.
Yeah, I wasn't here 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I don't think Lydia and Chitin were the only ones 2
Yeah.
years ago, but they were already kid.
Everybody looks at Eve. Eve kind of like starts to think 2.5 years ago, and then she gets this annoyed expression. And she starts grinding her teeth as she tries to maintain her composure. 2 years ago. That's when we lost contact with the land that we hail from originally. That's when they unofficially cut us off. Lydia and Chitin, you may remember the big ships that came in with supplies and such. About 2.5 years ago, every now and then, like each month, large supplies. And we used most of that to keep the city running and to feed it until we were self-sufficient. Until we were cut off due to losses within this city due to unexplained reasons. And then actually there's this spark in her eye. Unexplained reasons, indeed. You don't have anything to do with that, have you? As
Gods be good! Gods be good! Both of you shut the hell up! We're friends now! Ah! Don't start this, please!
Lydia burst out. I'm assuming this happens in character, right? Lydia
Oh, yeah.
bursts out. Everybody's like,
We have to kill the hobgoblins. If the hobgoblins are not dead, then the city doesn't exist anymore. And neither is yours, and neither does ours, and everything is hobgoblins, and then the golem comes and kills us all. After that, when we're already dead a second time. So, maybe we want to focus a little bit
Lydia,
on now.
are you done?
Are you not seeing the problem here?
Rodolphe just kind of stares you down. And he
I
starts
fucking stare right back at him.
make an intimidation check. Oh, okay. Yeah, you kind of like stare each other down. And you can't he is your superior. There's a lot of passion behind. And he kind of breaks. Not as in he's afraid of you, but he actually starts to wonder, as perhaps we should be quiet. It might actually be a wiser choice of words. At which point, Miley goes, "Well, that wasn't ours. That wasn't our doing. We never involved ourselves with matters of this city. Not until now, I suppose. So I can honestly say that, to the best of my knowledge, we weren't the ones responsible. But I now understand how miscommunications have happened so drastically and so quickly." As everybody kind of looks at Lydia, and then back to Eve. As the situation, this tense moment kind of fades away. Alright. So where were we? Indeed, these disappearances, that's the reason why we cut off, as Eve continues. And that's why we were forced to take more of the land. Clearly, this is only a temporary solution. And we have recently went into farming. Due to some motivation. But we went into farming to try and stabilize the city again. And Miley starts to nod and such. And we also have other plans to, give back to nature, take what we need, and give what we can. Because without nature here, we would be damned regardless. So we need it just as much as... well, I was going to say it needs us, but I don't think it would. We're just trying to find this equilibrium. And, Varys kind of nods, the understanding, yeah, that makes sense. And Miley also understands, nods as a agree that is what it is, it's the same philosophy that they share, right, as they explain to you guys. And some of the basic miscommunications that have developed over time start to get ironed out, right? Because, you guys now, as this conversation continues, start to understand that Syria got pissed off because you guys started taking from nature, but they didn't know that you guys were forced to take from nature due to the fact that you were cut off. And you guys start to slowly see this snowball, and there's this explanation of previous adventurers that antagonized her, and you guys can now slowly start to see the bigger picture. And it's just one fuckfest. It's one massive fuckfest, and you get the feeling that if we can iron this situation out with the hobgoblins, there's actually perhaps a chance for a peaceful future between the two cities. You know, like there's talk of trade, even though, you know, like they are kind of resistant to that because they are reclusive folk. There is indeed talk about cooperation, at least with keeping nature intact and such. There's the entire room, the tensity of the room kind of fades, and it becomes a positive conversation. And that kind of goes on for an hour, and you guys get all this information. As suddenly the silence is broken by Radulf, at least the silence, the conversation is comes to a halt, and Radulf continues. So, now that is all ironed out, perhaps it's time to start making plans. Like, we have made preparations for a defense, but if we can bring the fight to them in a favorable state, then I would appreciate that.
Might I offer a suggestion?
Are you gonna scream again?
Can if you want.
Well, buy me dinner first, but what is it?
Gets you listening better than when I just talk. Everybody shuts the hell up and listens when I raise my voice. Anyway, like I was saying, Bugbear, in charge of the patrols, occasionally comes out to one of the camps on either side of the lake. If we can figure out where he is, then we can bring a whole bunch of people and take care of somebody in charge, basically. Once we know where he is, then ambush, kill him, then move on to whoever's next.
Right. Well, bugbears, they're nifty little bastards. Well, big bastards. They like to set ambushes and they don't really fall for any of them. That's kind of their thing. And they like to run if they're in danger.
That's why I'm saying bring more than 4 people.
Alright.
If
Well,
we
we
have
can-
20 or so people hiding in the woods and then we just take the camp, I mean, it's not exactly large. We can surround it.
Yeah, but the bigger we go, the more visible we become. Just something to consider. But
Also
yes,
true.
it is something that sounds smart. Like if we can cause chaos in the ranks.
Even our friend here, Miley, it is, I think,
Yes.
can cast spells that transport a person from a tree to another tree, I'm assuming is where we came out. I don't know for sure if that's the case.
There is a
But
limitation
from a-
to that, though. I can't do that continuously. My magic has its limits, and I would have to take a...
No, but all we have to do is know when the bugbear is in the camp, as in have 1 or 2 people watching the camp, know when the bugbear is there. When he is, cast the spell, come out, kill the bugbear.
We'll snatch him.
Either way.
Well, there are certain requirements to the spell, but if you can create a situation where that is possible, I might be able to do something, yes.
And I mean, if you can do that, I'm sure there's a lot of other things you can do as well that might help. I don't know.
And I have my abilities, yes. Alright.
I just think we should be fighting the hobgoblins. I'm not saying straight head on, but I'm saying we've done a lot of not fighting hobgoblins, and I think we need to fight the hobgoblins.
Right. So we all agree we take the fight to them.
I certainly think so.
What about the other
Well,
three? Kaiden, Ozzy, Morty even, like, you got some thoughts about this?
I mean, our plan was the same plan that we came up with last night to do pretty much this. There's also a goblin. I think his name was Wrench. He's in charge of like ballistas and sort of the long range things up on the wall. There's also a magic wielder that we need to deal with too. He deals more with the crystal that we mentioned before, and I think it was more to Eve that we were talking to, so I'll look at Eve as we say that. But I think our first strike should be at this bugbear, because he deals with the patrols, and that'll put them in a disarray, I think, for a little while. But generally, I'm in agreement with this plan that we came up with.
All right. That makes sense.
It sounds good. I mean, I feel like both of the threats that Chitin mentioned are pretty serious.
If we can pick off those 3 people, we might get a chance at disrupting them enough to get a good shot at the warlord, and maybe even turning the tide of this war in our favor, or disrupt them enough to make some sort of leeway.
All right. Sounds like we actually have a plan of attack then. All right.
And
Is there
thanks to these fine folks, it's not really due to us.
Not at all.
Well, if it wasn't for you guys, then if it wasn't for you guys, we wouldn't perhaps haven't been able to find him here.
True, but the information still came from them.
Right. Fair enough, but I think we all play, you all played your part. But regardless of how we got to where we are right now, we kind of know where to go. And that's something we haven't been able to say for a while now.
True enough.
Feels good. All right. Well, Rotulf will continue to fortify the city in case some slip through the cracks. You guys did mention that they were getting closer. We haven't seen any close as of yet. But yeah, you never know. And if you guys are transporting yourself large distances, there's a good chance you may miss a few things that you would otherwise have seen along the way. So we'll keep fortifying, just in case. And I take it that our new allies will join you on whatever is to come. Now, if you seek to bring other individuals with you, take as few as possible. The more you take, the less bodies we have here, and we're already stretched thin as is. We're gonna need everybody we can get to hold off any assault that may come our way. And the more you take with you, the more you perhaps put yourself at risk. So.
Either way, I mean, I think we either commit to it or we don't.
It's up to you. I will trust your judgment. Anyway, I think it is wise to start putting the plan on paper. Perhaps indeed make some adjustments to that map that Chitin and Mordecus made to come up kind of with a battle plan, if you will. Now that we know that the outposts are, and perhaps a pattern of sorts may become exposed between the finding of this particular bugbear. And we'll go from there. I'm certain that you guys have to get supplies anyway, because you guys have been away for a while.
I personally would suggest that perhaps, if willing, Varys, you would maybe inform and meet with Rodolphe and come up with a more specific plan, and maybe even map out the city and the terrain, because it's just a rough map that we have.
Alright. Sounds good to me. As he stands up. Alright, Varys, come with me. And Varys gives a quick look to of course the council member, and she nods, and he stands up, and he follows Rotulf. Yeah. All right. Is there anybody else that needs to do anything? Are you guys good on supplies, rations? Like, it looks like you could use a new set of clothing, Chitin.
I mean, it's not that bad. Or is it that bad? I don't think it is that bad.
Should we like all chime in at the same time and just like it's pretty bad?
Yeah, like everybody, like,
Yeah.
you know, it's that bad.
Life looks worse. But,
You might not have smelled worse, though.
I'm still like,
Yeah, I think it's like this point where Mort like steps up and it goes, Eve, I believe there is something we need to talk about.
I mean, I don't realize that I can buy things for less than double price or whatever, for the record.
How important is it, our job, to you, to the city? Going outside the walls, finding the hobgoblins. We're not guards. Lydia excluded, of course, as she is, but the three of us do this willingly.
It is so. If you wish to strengthen the defenses here, then by all means, we will find somebody else to send out. If you're more comfortable with that.
I could suggest Marcon.
Well, as I understand it, Markin recently reopened his store, and if we're gonna prepare for war, he's adjusting the armors and making a lot.
Right.
He's
In the
working on
last
bows.
2 occasions, actually, of us leaving the wall, the first of which I wasn't present, of course, but the last 2, from what I've heard, we have been undersupplied because of Marcon's choice. Seemingly his choice now therein was just, of course, but if our cause is more just for the greater good, Marcon did definitely hindered that. Secondly, a grievance, separate, of course. There are multiple witnesses to Marcon killing a celestial being that is in my care.
And at this point, like, she kind of like starts to look for confirmation from like Chitin, Ozzy, and Lydia. She kind of like eyes all of you, waiting for
we
like.
didn't even see it. We were fucking.
No, they
wrong.
actually didn't see it. Yeah, so I would actually say these actually were not part of it, but the crowd outside of his shop during the shouting match that I and Marcon had over the support of said expeditions garnered such a crowd.
I don't think we're the right people to comment on Marcon. You know how we feel, and I just sort of grind my teeth.
Make a persuasion check, Mordecus, for me.
14.
I'm not sure. It sounds like there has been some conflict, Mordecus. A concept that is not unfamiliar to you. But if you're wondering about Marcon's contribution, as it were, as I said, he is working once again on armors, which was previously not necessary. It's a supply and demand thing. So he's working again. He recently got into some gold, I believe, which was allowed him to buy new supplies to just reopen his store, you know, to work on leathers, reinforce some of them, and crossbows and bows and such. He's already doing that, and if you're wondering about him going beyond the wall, if it comes down to that, I can speak to him about it, though I would rather have him here.
No. What I actually recommend is a current disablement of the commerce system of the city completely.
Just kind of like,
Redistribute the things where they need to go. We go outside the walls. Many of us have died outside the walls. Jean-Claude, Hero, Davrick, as well as Antwerp, I believe I have named all of them, have straight up died out of these walls. The support that we have gained, we paid for the supplies that we use. Still, we died outside the walls. Some of the jobs that we did were paid, yes, but like today and the last time I left the walls, we were not paid. Neither rewarded. We did these things because we wanted to, and we paid for the supplies to do so. I believe that redistributing everything in a dire circumstance, martial law, rationing things out to everybody equally, as well as equipment, arms, and anything we have at will, is the only way Amarok will survive. Gold, in this circumstance, has no meaning.
She kind of like looks at you in thought. Though I understand where you're coming from, Mordecus. I think that is a very drastic measure that would actually have a opposite effect. You have to understand that we are a very tight-knit community here. We have been
That is
through...
about to die.
Well, at least we
Mind
have
you.
a plan of attack. We have a plan of attack now. And everybody is already working to...
A suboptimal plan of attack.
Do you have a better one?
Yeah. If there is a simple leather armor that Marcon can make, yet I can't afford, and I'm the one going into that battle and Marcon sits it on his shelf when he dies and the city is destroyed, it stands to reason why that leather wasn't used in defense of the city. All of these things stand to reason now, don't they? We can have ourselves a Yeti pelt, and we can use it and enchant it magically. But if we all die and that Yeti pelt doesn't get used, great. Our economy really worked. That's sarcasm. It didn't do shit.
Well, I'm sure your eyes work fine. Most of the city is already geared and armored. We are, like everybody in this city, with the exception of the children, depending on who you ask, are ready for a fight. Like, we're a pretty tough bunch here, Mordecus. I understand your concern, and I appreciate it. But I assure you that
Very well.
if it does come down to, like, if it would be the difference between life and death and the vendors would close down, I'm pretty sure that the city would rise up against said vendors. Because it wouldn't work like that.
There are two more matters then. The death of a celestial being under my care by the hands of Marcon. There are multiple witnesses. If that goes unpunished, I will be very mad.
Celestial being?
My familiar.
You can see she raises an eyebrow. Just resummon it.
Yeah, 10 gold, first of all, in supplies alone. Also, a lot of distress. He's already an idiot.
Then create another one.
Yes, still an idiot. Every single time. You can't just go attacking people's familiars. That's not just a thing that can happen. He is sentient, first and foremost, and he was killed. Unless you have a specific law that says sentience only abides by humanoids, which is racist.
She kind of sits back. And she's like, is genuinely confused right now because she's a magic user herself as well. And she knows that you can just resummon a familiar without any kind of repercussion.
Other than 10 gold.
Other than 10 gold. Other than 10 gold. Look, if it's the 10 gold and the rewards you seek, then I can make something happen. But it seems like
Fine.
you make a lot of noise about nothing.
Very well. So over the course of 2 expeditions then, and this brings us to the third matter, 2 expeditions, about 5 days of travel time, including supplies and Manarok's death at the hands of Marcon, I am going to bill you 50 gold pieces for services rendered, seemingly put. And I shit you not here. As this, we have agreed, is a service and trade economy, that is about what I have charged.
I see.
I don't do these things for free. Manarok has died. And you can give me 10 gold and I will be happy with just 10. Just to resummon my friend who has died. Mind you. I can shoot you and we can resummon you. Maybe Aoth has that power. These 3 resummoned. And I'm sure that's free to them, right? I look back. You guys suffered no distress, correct?
Be fair. When Mort used magic on Marcon, he forced him and blackmailed him and the rest of us to pay him 152 gold or something like that. So perhaps we could have you lean on Marcon to pay back. with interest something.
I've already paid back. He didn't
No,
want
I
me,
mean the
just-
fact that he has wasted your effort and money by killing your bird.
I see. Well, I will talk to Markon for certain, because I feel like this is one side of the story. I would like to hear the other one before I make a judgment call, before I make a decision.
There are many witnesses. It's fine.
Well, eyes do lend to you often. I'm sure I will encounter a few individuals. I will ask them about it. In the matter of payment, what do you three guys think?
I require no payment whatsoever. Thank you, Eve.
Ozzy, do you feel the need for payment?
I think that there are a lot of things to worry about. And I know that I hate Marcon with a burning passion. But we need to worry first and foremost about what's happening with the Alliance here. And I think that bringing up personal business while we are entertaining guests is not the best plan.
I agree.
Also,
Lydia.
Marcon is an experienced leather worker that we probably need at this time. Regardless of what he's done, he could still arm the rest of the town. I'm going
If they pay.
I want to turn to Miley and say, you said you had a one of your servants was a sort of blacksmith experience to a degree.
Yeah, in referring to the spell that I use, we have set up basic equipment for repairs and simple creations, much like the amulet.
Do you think he could put metal into a leather piece of armor, like studs?
If you bring the metal, I'm certain that we can make something work. Yes.
And then I'll say, okay, then perhaps we can find a way to trade in some way. And then I'll turn back to Eve and say, I have absolutely no further use for Marcon, but I do believe the city may need his help either here, in the field, whatever.
He's the one who armored most of us, including you, Chiton.
Oh no, he most definitely has hindered me.
Well, the leather armor you're wearing, it actually comes from him?
Indeed, but he upped the price for everything to double, and now rendered most of the things in town for me quite difficult. But again, I don't need.
Perhaps we should speak to him to clear things up.
I tried that. I don't want to muddy the waters, and I agree with Ozzy here.
Right.
Honestly, I'm beyond it.
All right.
If he wants to double the prices, then simply those are the prices for me now in town. I will either live with it, deal with it, or find a way around it. And
All right.
It's been cleared.
Miley.
The final point, however, being, should the city come under siege, and there are potions of healing that we cannot afford that sit on a shelf, are we really to go without those? Every time we go outside these walls, we face death. Every single time we do. And we goddamn know that there are supplies back at Denmark that could save us in any one situation. Potions of healing being expensive, of course.
I
But
understand.
extremely helpful.
I understand. You make a valid point. I think we could indeed help better supply. I think that is a very fair request. However, we also have to make sure that now that there's a siege upon us, that we make sure that we have supplies at home in case it happens. You know, as you said, those health potions can save lives. Including the lives of...
Reasonable.
And if I have to make an educated guess, there's a lot more lives here that could benefit from it than the 4 lives out there. Maybe we can work out something with Anna. She has been working with potions a lot more as of late, as opposed to studying the stones and finding out more about that golem. So we can indeed definitely work out something there. In the matter of payment, Lydia, do you seek payment beyond?
I would, out of character, I would assume that I'm already being paid as a guard.
Yeah, like the housing, food, and such, like the basic stuff, right? And indeed some wage.
Nothing more than I already have.
Right.
I'm making a wage.
I see. In which case, make a persuasion check, Mordecus.
Sure. Mordecus persuasion is
5.
what a time to do this.
However, Mordecus, I understand your concern, but if you do not wish to go outside, if you feel the need to be paid to go outside the walls, then perhaps it is time for you to stop going outside the walls and just stay in the city. Though I would like to remind you that there are not a lot of places to go that are safe.
You very well might be right.
I understand this is a difficult situation, and there's a lot of awkwardness and a lot of miscommunication. But there's a lot at stake here. This is bigger than any of us combined. But your concern has been noted, and I will think on it. But I first will speak to Marcon and perhaps some people that have witnessed, and kind of gauge a feeling of how you are perceived among the others. Also, Chitin, it seems that, as Mordecus just said, it seems to be cleared. So perhaps it is time to either talk to Ulrich, who I'm sure can help with the metal, otherwise Marcon himself to get it sorted. If there are too many problems, I would love to hear about it, and I will make sure that it disappears.
It's fine. Like I said, I'm happy to deal with it myself. In all honesty, I've never had more money than I do now, and I feel perfectly content.
All right.
I'd rather just deal with the task at hand, help our allies here get their home back, and deal with this hobgoblin scourge so that we can move on to the problem of that golem.
All right. Well, one step at a time. If this is all of it, I would like to talk privately to our new guests. Are you guys planning to go back tomorrow or today?
I guess whenever Varus and Redulf come up with the plan, we'll go.
Right, that may take a while.
It seems like our best option.
All right. Well, if you, as I understand it, there is some time required to be able to reuse that spell you guys used that got here. So you guys, if I'm not mistaken, Miley, it would take about you would probably need a good rest to gather the strength for that spell, right? Yes, it's indeed true. The earliest I could probably cast it is tomorrow. It takes quite a bit of power. So we can wait, we can travel on foot, I don't mind. Or we can wait and use that spell to get there.
Even waiting will make the same amount of time. Because if we travel on foot, it'll take us an extra day.
Yeah. So with this said then, we spend today in the city, make preparations, get the supplies we want, and then tomorrow we'll start with the plan that Varus and Radulf are now creating or concocting. Is this agreeable?
Of course.
All right,
I don't think we have much of a choice otherwise.
and so be it. Then we'll travel tomorrow at first light. I will show our new guests a place to stay, if that is okay. They nod. And everybody gets up and goes their separate ways. Alright, what is it that you guys want to do before you go to bed and sleep? Is there anything specific that you guys want to do?
We're going to sleep. It's the middle of the morning, isn't it?
Because you spend the time in the city, gather supplies.
Nothing specific.
Yeah, I think I would just prepare as best as I could. Any like time I have to myself, I'm going to probably draw the circle again, and
All right.
drop some ichor ink into the circle and communicate with my fiend pact
All right.
buddy.
And yeah, you find a moment, you find a place reclusive to yourself, probably during a very quiet moment in the tavern, like it's still early, right? So you get to the tavern, you get to the room that you pay for, that is given to you, somewhere in the back. Get this moment to yourself. You kind of like in the wood itself, you kind of carve the symbols as you call forth the one that you have a pact with. And indeed, you can feel your presence being, your control being taken away as you're being cast aside. Your eyes go black. Your hand slowly once again gets seeped into this ink-like darkness that shadow protrudes from, as they turn into these weird, wicked claws, black as night. It looks around. Right. We're on the same plane?
As far as I know, I was hoping you could tell me.
Right. As he starts carving the very similar symbols in addition to your own. He kind of slams the ground, and it kind of shakes the very foundation of this floor. Kind of reverberates through this building even. As
I yelled back behind me. Strongwalker, take it easy on the push-ups.
As you say that, you just think that. Because you have no control over your body right now. You just kind of, like, very loudly think that. You can just hear this groan. Like, just be yelling at somebody inside your own head. Look. As the lines start to cast shadow once again. But this time they don't fade away. They become more intense. As your vision, as whatever you can see, goes black. And through a shadow, very similar to the very portal you saw when you were in the abyss, that showed you the, the way you were showing the stone off to him. Where kind of like guiding where like the stone was, where he was looking at it. In a very similar way, as you look through the darkness, you can see Syria walk through the woods, with like a small back, and you can see as she walks around that it focuses on her pack. You click in again, and you can see darkness, but there's a shimmering of light that exposes a very dark red gem. No glove. Nothing. It's just a dark red gem seeped with dark essence that seems to be at the bottom of her pack. As she kind of walks on through the woods, because you click out, you see her exposed. Not that way. You see her as a whole walking through the forest. You can see the forest. It's deep into the forest of the east. You start to think it's perhaps close to the place where you had that den, where you guys were brought to, or after you fell through the manticore. You click out, you see Amarok, and it's a very far distance away. But you now know that she has the gem you need. Alright. Now you know where it is. Get it. And waste no time. As you are once again feeling that emotion of you're being allowed to take control again. You can take the steering wheel of your body. Your arms fade into a normal, pale, may it be, hand. And the lines kind of fade from the floorboard. as it kind of rematerializes into like untouched wood.
I assume like the ink just sort of bleeds off of my body into the circle. Okay. All right. So I guess like I would, bring some information to Lydia. I'd probably go to the guard post, and I just sort of mention to like I'd knock on the door, like for the guard post.
Well, I mean, the guard post isn't just me, but
Well, that's all I know where to find you.
yeah, sure. Ozzy, what?
I think maybe we should consider having Syria meet up with the third pack. Maybe if we're able to get her assistance in this whole thing, and we present the third pack with us, we could possibly do greater things.
I sort of see where your head's at, Ozzy, and I thought the same thing, but the real trick is getting close enough to Syria to talk to her without being killed.
I know where she is.
That doesn't mean we can get close enough to talk to her without being killed.
We can with their help.
Oh, well, I mean, maybe, yeah. If you
Something to think about, maybe mention to Rodolphe.
If you think you can talk to Syria, then by all means.
Titan's the one with the silver tongue.
And he hates Syria.
But he does know that we could use any help we can get.
True. Well, I'll speak to Rodolphe about it, and we'll figure out whether or not it's viable. I think that if we can get her assistance, then you're right. It would be better for us.
All right.
Just thought I'd bring it up.
Right. Mordecus.
I appreciate.
Sorry. End scene.
Go ahead.
Mordecus.
So, I wanted to go to Balthic's. I go to Balthic's and I buy myself a big brass bowl. And whatever it costs, I pay double. I don't care.
I think it's. What would it be?
If it's like 4 gold, 5 gold, it doesn't matter to me. I'll throw them 5 gold and we'll probably call it even. A bowl is a bowl is a bowl is a bowl.
Yeah,
and I grab the.
Yeah, let's say about 10 gold, so that would be 20 gold if you double it.
Ouch.
You know.
Yeah, all right. Fuck it. It's fine.
You said double.
And then
I didn't make that assumption. Hey, you just got 52 gold, okay? So you're good. You're good.
and then I go to Enna's and I buy some herbs, some very specific.
Right. Yeah,
approximately 10 gold worth of herbs.
Okay,
and I go out.
She's good.
Yeah. And I go outside of Marcon's house.
All right.
Just off. I go outside of Marcon's house, just off of the beaten path, and I drop to my knees just off the side, and I place the bowl down, and with some tinder and flint, I light a fire in it. And 10 minutes later, through soft elven incantations and somewhat sobbing after putting on my Plague Doctor mask, Manarok is summoned again as a bird. But this time he's a pigeon, and he keeps hitting his head against the side of the bowl. As he's trying to walk forward, he just veers to the left and keeps hitting. And then I drop, and my right arm goes onto the ground, and like tears come out of my eyes as they hit the grass. And I just like grab Manarok, and as I do, I grab him and unsummon him at the same time. Puff of feathers, and I just sit there for a while, not caring about anyone that like watches me. And then I take the bowl and I dump it out, putting out the fire and reconnect it on my backpack. And then I like stride off, like holding my head high this time, like wiping clean my smock, my like black cloak, and refixing my leather gloves back towards where I generally stay in the tavern.
All right. As you do, you can hear the just the sounds of the city kind of guiding you into, into your room, as you have been unable to successfully summon a celestial creature with a higher intelligence. Unfortunately. Alright. Chitin, is there anything that you do?
No, I'm gonna go home and just quietly sit in my house until I'm ready to go out again.
Okay. And with that, as our adventurers have made preparations, they go into the night. They perhaps drink, eat, and prepare themselves for what is to come. As night fades and sleep comes, this session comes to an end. And we will have to see what happens next week in the Northern Winds.
Next time.
Next time, Gadget. Alright. Next week is going to be intense. Hope you guys, oh, by the way, if you, Mordecai, you may want to change your spells and such. If you, want to be prepared. Like, they get, again, with your pants down like last time. Oh shit, I can't do anything. Color spray.
He had Ray of Sickness in the last fight. That's useful when it works.
Ray of Sickness is disgusting. I would have to read up on poison
It's
effects.
wicked against the big fucking scary strong motherfuckers like this.
If it works.
If it works.
If
it works.
you gotta hit it, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a DC. It's like it has to be a hit and a DC to get full effect,
it's
right?
an attack roll, which against hobgoblins who have 18 plus armor class, it's kind of hard to hit
Yeah.
if you're a wizard.
Still,
But
if it
You
does
know
hit,
what they
it's
say?
good.
If you
Yeah.
don't shoot, you'll always miss, right?
that's what she says.
That's what everybody says, I hope.
I mean, yeah, I guess.
I feel like you can say that after anything now. That's what she said.
I think at this point, yeah. Okay, let's do some quick shout-outs and such before we close the session properly. We'll start out with Mordecus.
What's up, guys? I play Mort. My name is Swargula, and I stream mostly Dungeons and Dragons every Saturday, twice on Sunday, this on Monday, and Tuesday. My life apparently is awful. No, it's great. And that's follow me on Twitter. That's the best thing that you could do. Mordecus is my third character here on the Northern Winds and longest character, mind you. Though every time I play Mort, I remember Hero, and I miss Hero so much every single time. Out of the three, he's probably my favorite. I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, well, lovely. Thanks, Ace. It's good to play again. And Mort is always interesting to play. Puts me in a weird headspace at the end of the session, like super strange. That's just me. Maybe I'm just weird. Maybe I'm drunk.
That is what makes you strange.
He sits there for 4 hours drinking. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Ozzy.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm Wax Steven, and I'm super tired. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I've been awake for a long time. And I play Ozzy. If you guys want to check out some of the stuff I do a whole lot of role-playing content.
This is not my normal voice. No.
That's one of many. If you guys love to watch role-play stuff, I do a ton of it as well. Mostly on my channel, Twitch TV/WaxSteven. And I do a Dresden Files RPG show on Saturdays called Hex with Peachy Pixelate and Fuzzy Freaks and Yujun. And on Sundays, I do Blood and Mist. And I don't know if I want to spoiler you for what happened yesterday on Blood and Mist, but it was kind of a big deal.
Don't spoiler. Don't. Fenrip.
Do it. Spoiler.
Fenrip. Fenrip. It hurts. The wound's still there. Ozzy dies now.
It was rough. It was rough. Yeah, you can check that out. Yeah, all on my channel and Twitter.com/WaxSteven. I got all that stuff. Plus, I'm actually starting another show. I'm fucking insane. But yeah, it's going to be another one. It's mostly going to be community based. Basically, like I'm going to do like signups, and they're going to be sort of like small sessions, like mini sessions, like 2-hour sessions, Wednesday night, Thursday night, and Friday night. So it'll be like a triple sign up for people that want to play in the Ravenloft setting. It's going to be in Sithicus, which is sort of like a shattered elven society. So it's pretty interesting. It's going to be a lot of fun.
I totally thought your new show was called "I'm Fucking Insane" because like I'm starting a new show. I'm fucking insane. Like,
yeah, it's just gonna be like me, like rolling through all of the different voices that I can do.
Oh god, I hate role playing with myself.
Like role play each other's.
You're just sitting there role playing with yourself on camera. Like
I fucking hate that so much because I don't have like
most schizophrenic thing ever.
The voices, they never stop. Oh god.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I would have to make a comeback. I'm still thinking about it, by the way. Whack, about what to do next. If that's cryptic enough. But I am thinking about it. I'm working on it. I'm working on a lot of things. Nothing really gets done. I feel a pattern emerging. You know. And speaking of emerging, yeah, Chitin.
Hey there, I'm going to merge.
That's what she said?
There it is.
Yeah.
There it is.
Fuck it, yeah. It goes on.
Emerge all over me, Chitin.
I'm going to emerge all over you all. Yeah, I am Brad
This explains the
Woto.
weird spots near Ozzy's.
The black light.
The black spots. Oh dear. Yeah, no, you can see me do some DMing stuff on my channel, and also actually this week, you were saying you had a lot of work. I feel that I've got a lot of fucking work because I'm starting a new thing on John Sandman's channel with a bunch of other streamers, which is fucking nerve-wracking as shit. That first episode is on Thursday. It's at 11 p.m. UK. Don't know what that is for the rest of you. Google it. So if you want to see me DM something that I actually care about, then watch that one. It's called Fractured Worlds, and I've put a fuck ton of effort into it, and I've still not finished all my prep, and it's fucking awful because it's Monday and I'm running out of time. But yeah, I've put a shit ton of effort into that. So you can watch that. If you want to see me DM something which I put absolutely zero effort into and we all just fuck about on a Friday, head over to my actual channel, Brad Woto. And on Fridays, we do the Sea Snakes, which is just a bunch of idiots on a boat going around my fictional world of Koiri, fucking shit up. The first thing they did in the first week was get the item, which was just basically like a +1 longsword, which was all fancy, and threw it out of a window into the sea. So that's the level of incompetence, and it makes for quite fun playing, and it's kind of an easygoing game. So yeah, 2 other games. Other than that, I'll probably be here next Monday to be Mr. Chitin Vale. Thanks for the DMing. Sorry, I had a bit of a migraine. It's kind of shifted, but I've been a bit
Good.
like.
You know, playing D&D with me makes you, you know, calm, relaxed.
It heals me.
Yeah. It heals you.
It kind of healed me.
Roll 1d8 plus charisma. Anyway, and of course, Lydia Gray.
Hello, everyone. I'm Distracted Elf. I'm a variety streamer, I guess you would call me. I do tabletop stuff as well, but like not really at the moment. I just like haven't done it yet. Yeah, again. So there's nothing going on over there right now except video games and, you know, stuff. I've been playing RimWorld and Dark Souls 3 and freaking everything that I want. XCOM 2, always the suffering. But yeah. So there you go. I mean, that's what I do. Distracted Elf. Woo.
Twitch streamer. Distracted Elf. Twitch streamer.
Precisely.
There you go.
Nailed it.
All right.
Thank you, Brad.
And hopefully last and not least, the name's Ace. I'm also a variety streamer, and I also do this DMing thing, if you may have noticed if you've been watching. I know it's subtle, but it is there if you squint your eyes and look the other way. Thank you so much for coming out. I hope you guys have enjoyed episode 23. It will be up on YouTube shortly. I hope within the 24 to 48 hour rule set that I have for myself. Beyond that, we'll be back next week. Same channel, same time, pending exceptions and tech issues. Yeah. Have a great night. Thank you so much for coming out. And we'll see you next time on Northern Winds Z. Good night, guys. Good night. Good night.